Oi. Try not to get my food in the shot. Yep, that's tuna. I'm having a little bit of tuna salad. I don't know how long I'm going to be. I don't know how long I'm going to be on, people. I just came on to see what was going on. You're right, Christian. I don't know you. I don't know a lot of people. Am I supposed to? Hey, Trish. Yeah, I'm the ex. Man, let me tell you something. Hey, Mystic. My sleep schedule is so fucked up. Yeah, don't ask me about my personal life because it's none of your business. So you can cut that shit out. Mind your own business. What brings me joy? My daughter. What's up, Astro? How's everybody doing tonight? I do not garden. I am not somebody who has a green thumb. I am not somebody who is good at keeping things alive. I'm much more of entertaining things that are dead. Oh, you didn't upset me. It takes a lot to upset me. You're not talking to a snowflake. Hey, sup? Super Divi. Super Diva. Yeah, I'm doing just fine. I'm just tired. Thanks, Midtex. You'd like to talk to the dead? What do they tell you? So what do you know about working with the dead? I'm eating tuna salad. It's good to see you, Trish. Go mindlessly scroll. Wait, you just said that you talk to the dead. Most come to talk. Deep fried shrimp. Deep fried shrimp. Hey, Melissa. I'm just eating my dinner. Or a snack. My homemade tuna salad. My homemade tuna salad has cranberries, you know, dried cranberries, and pecans in it. Mayonnaise. But I like pecans and cranberries in my tuna salad. Okay, so who was talking about talking to the dead? So Kelsey, if you talk to the dead, how's your ancestor veneration doing? And your ancestor altar? What about your ancestors? What's your ancestor work like? You can pull dirt from anywhere you fucking want to use it for a working if it has resonance. No, Sadie, but I'd like to. It is Azili Danto. Hey, Sam. Well, Kelsey, I'm going to give you a book recommendation. Are you ready? I'd like to give you a book recommendation on ancestor work because since you speak to the dead and all of that, you need to have an ancestor altar up and start talking to them. It's called Badass Ancestors. Badass Ancestors by Patty Wigington. Wigington. Okay. It's got a big skull on the front of it. Do I like peonies? Oh, absolutely. Do I like peonies? Oops. I've got a major... this is a peony right here on my arm. I've got a huge peony right there. Really? Camp Chesterfield. I'm taking a screenshot. Camp Chesterfield. Honey Wizard, mind your motherfucking business. Don't get in someone's live and ask them about their personal lives. That's very rude. Another TikToker was telling you about me. Pumpkins are a taboo for me. I don't eat pumpkins. Patty Wigington. Patty Wigington. Did you get that? Oh. Benediction. What about, I don't understand. What about Halloween decor? I don't eat pumpkins. I didn't say I'm not around pumpkins. I said I don't eat them. Yeah, well, a lot of people talk shit about me. There's a lot of people on this app that don't like me, and I'm talking about in the hundreds of thousands, and that's just fine. Why are you asking me about my food? Do I like cabbage? I'm going to invite my friend to come up if she wants to. I am too legit to quit. Too legit to quit. I do life readings, and I do spiritual court readings. If a deity comes through for you in one of my readings, then it does. Okay, Nana. Thank you for asking me the questions, though. No, I'll answer them. I'm not irritated. I like sauerkraut. If you want a reading from me, people, you can go to my profile. Is it this profile? It's not this profile. But you can, love you, Nana. My readings are amazing, but let me tell you, let me give you my other profile that you can get my URL to book schedule a spiritual consultation. How do I do this? I'm high. Yeah, so go to Philip Ryan. Get ready, everybody. Get ready to screenshot this or take a shot of it. Go to Philip Ryan Deal. Philip with one L. That's my other profile. You can click on the link to schedule a spiritual consultation through my Booksy. Kelsey, you should book a reading with me. If you talk to the dead and you want to get better at it, then you need to come around and talk to me. I'll help you out, and I'll help you with your ancestor worship. Hey, friend. I was waiting for my friends to show up. I'm one of the best. I'm just saying.
How are you?
Hello. We were co-hosting, and then Meg said that you were live, so we're like, we gotta go join him.
Oh, really? I'm actually a kind person. Really, I am. I do have a big, kind heart. People don't know that, but the longer you get to know me, I can be really kind. Of course, you don't want to be on my bad side.
Yeah.
I can be incredibly kind.
I'm so burnt.
I mean, everybody has their good days and their bad days. The problem with me is I have a really short fuse. You know what I mean? So I don't tolerate. I don't entertain people's stupidity for very long. Like literally, all you have to do is drop one or two stupid grapes out of your mouth, and then it's bananas for you.
I like the fruit metaphors, or the fruit allegories, rather.
I got that from Lauren. Lauren taught me that.
It's amazing.
Lauren, yeah, I like it. I'm going bananas.
I will be right back. I need to leave.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, she got very crispy in the sun today.
Oh, Kelsey wants to come up. Sure. Kelsey can come up. We can have that conversation.
Yes, I am sick from the sun.
Hey, Kelsey. Hi, Kelsey. You there?
Hi, sweetie. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. How long have you been following me?
So ever since Daniel threw me your way, he sent me a link because we had a long conversation about something the other night, and he said I need to talk to you probably.
Okay. All right, we'll talk. Book a consultation with me and we'll totally talk. I'm not in the mood for I sometimes I do live readings, but I'm not in the mood for it. So
Yes, sir.
if you
Uh,
don't want to book like an entire reading, then you can always catch me when I'm live. But
okay.
for what you want to talk about, it would be better for us to talk face to face because
I appreciate that, and
it's a lot. It's like not like something I can just explain over a TikTok live, you know?
yeah, and I can totally understand that because there's a lot like, yeah, I can totally understand that, and I appreciate your honesty.
Well, it's not just that, but
But, yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. It's so rude for me to talk and
No,
eat at the same time.
no, it's fine,
Look,
honey. I completely understand. You're fine.
whenever somebody gets a reading with me, I'm going to do divination because I believe that the spiritual world can speak for itself. And the kind of divination I do really has to do with we examine your path, your spiritual path. We examine any ancestors or spirits of the dead that are around you. Sometimes there are divinities or higher level energies around a person. And then we just try to figure solutions. What did you do to yourself, Lauren? Did you like go sit out in the sun? Hey, sunshine. There she is. There's Magda. What is okay? Here we go. Let's play a game then. Since Kelsey came up and was talking about the dead earlier, what is your What is your scariest experience with a dead person? Like, what was an experience you had that just kind of freaked you out?
It was more or less than they're trying to get my attention than scary. It was never scary for me because it's kind of like it's not scary for me. So more or less, it's people waking me up in the night or coming to me in a dream in a way that they're trying to tell me something, but they don't tell it to me in the right way for me to understand. And some of it's more complicated than it like that I can understand.
Ryan, what is it called when a earthbound spirit is here
Go
for
get
like
in bed.
way too long and they kind of go nuts and their energy goes like
Or somebody follows me around and creates chaos in my house. So
Say
it
that
could
again.
be both.
Say that again.
what happens when like when a spirit is earthbound and they end up being here for way too long and they kind of go like insane? It starts with a B. I know which foot said it one.
Yeah. That's called a Dybbuk. It starts with a
Dybbuk.
D. It's a Dybbuk.
I ran into one when I was a kid.
Oh, really? So
Yeah, it was in a house that I was staying at. And it was like they're poltergeisty, right? Like they can physically move stuff around. I don't know. I've always been like pretty sensitive to energy. Clairsentience, probably like my best clair ability, but like to a kid who is like 11 years old, being forced to like be in a house with one of those things was absolutely horrifying.
Yeah, I understand.
But like, what are they?
So if that's what she says they are, that's what they are because she knows more about that stuff than I do. A Dybbuk, I think, is a Jewish term. And the concept is that if you unalive yourself, you create damage to all of the people that are around you. Like when someone commits suicide, it's not just like an act. Like, okay, let's talk about it in the negative. You know, it's an act of selfishness and it affects and harms everybody around you. And the concept is that until every last person that dies that has been affected by your death dies off, you don't get the option to like reincarnate or like whatever. I don't know about all of that. All I do know is that people that die a violent death are considered to be restless or disturbed dead. or considered to be, well, those are like more like, just because you die in like a car accident or you die from like murder or suicide, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to incarnate. It all has to do with your karma. See, the thing about me is, and where I vary from all these other people on here that are so fucking dogmatic about everything, is that everything depends on your karma. Everything depends on your karma. And it also depends on your culture, because it used to be quite fashionable, for kings and in Asia, that if they were being conquered, before they could be conquered, they would banana themselves, with the sword,
Sudoku.
just so that they wouldn't be conquered or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it just, the concept surrounding unaliving is cultural, and I think that everything is karmic. And everyone is born with a destiny. So whatever your destiny is, that doesn't change. If you really believe in karma and you really believe in destiny, then how you die doesn't really matter very much. Does that make sense? Hey, Ashley.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, but hold on. Let me finish my thought, please.
Yes, sir.
Because what was the last thing I was going to say about that?
Sorry.
Oh, no. You're fine. The thing is about poltergeist and spirits of the dead that are dangerous. Okay. This is, in order to come into contact with an entity or a spirit of the dead that's dangerous, you have to go looking for that. You have to go calling that energy. You have to be pulling that energy or trying to attract it to yourself, or you need to go to places in nature, or also places that are like known to be traditionally haunted or some other kind of way, to attract that energy to yourself. Because see, spirits travel in hordes. They travel in clumps of consciousness, like big clumpy balls of spiritual entities. So whenever you call on a spirit, just remember, one spirit is not going to show up. You're going to get a lot of spirits with you, because the spirit world hears everything.
There was a lot in that house. Basically what happened is there was a murder super slide, like a family annihilation situation.
I'm not laughing. That's horrible.
Yeah, it was like a family annihilation situation. Like, yeah, like it's the wife, and then the father was the perpetrator. But then the house burnt down. Like it ended in arson. And then whoever like the property was passed down to got the bright fucking idea to get the original plans for the house and build the house exactly as it stood before it built.
Man, what a moron! People are really smart, aren't
and so
they?
I'm pretty sure that spirit was like bound. Like I'm pretty sure it was.
I don't know, because it could have gone in the fire.
Yeah, but there was something wrong with that house. I'll tell you that.
I believe you. There was something wrong with my grandmother's house too. It really, really bothered me. I actually performed an exorcism on the house when I was like 8 years old. That's before I knew anything about spiritism. Kelsey, what was your question, honey?
Oh yeah. So he directed me towards you on a so I had a traumatic incident where I had died.
Mm-hmm.
And when I came back, it was a lot before the fact that so I used to see spirits before, and then only 2 days later, after I talked to him, they came back, and something did come back. Actually, I caught it on camera, which is weird, because I have my house booked up to a lot of things, and well, I don't believe in the whole camera situation, but we'll just go off before, and it's a lot of confusing things. But so I got ran over by a car.
Oh my God.
Probably a 2,000-pound car. It was an SUV. Okay, 5,000 pounds, fine. It's a Range Rover.
Oh my God.
And I was done. And they saved me my dad. But before then, I experienced a whole bunch of stuff. I explained it to him, what I experienced going into it and what I experienced going out. And he's like, and then I also talked to a medium before, and the medium told me that I put myself in a safe space.
Okay.
I don't exactly.
Okay. So we need to talk about metaphysics, I guess. I would like to talk about like your
Sure.
spirit, your soul, your ego, what happens to you after you die, at least according to what I believe in. So
Sure.
so if people don't know this, but most people do, but if you don't know this about me, my spirituality is informed. Okay, I'm using really, really different language these days to describe what I do. I need to be clearer about, how I feel about things. My spirituality is informed by the teachings of Hinduism and Buddhism and African spirituality, West African spirituality. So indigenous and African spirituality and Indian
I'm Native American.
spirituality are my, well, I'm a descendant. I'm a Taino descendant. Yeah, so my ancestors who were colonized were the first people to get colonized in the New World. They're the people that greeted Christopher Columbus when he showed up lost in the Caribbean. So I'm a Taino descendant. So I'm into Taino stuff. I'm Puerto Rican, so I'm interested in Creolized stuff. So there's this concept that whatever it is that you are, okay, who you really are is pure consciousness. Pure consciousness. That's who you really are. It's not your face. It's not your body. It's not the sound of your voice. It's not just your experiences. It's not just your likes and situation. We're spiritual beings having a physical experience. Okay, so my belief, these are my belief, because I'm studying a lot of spiritualist traditions. So Buddhists believe that at the moment of your death, whatever it is that you're thinking about, whatever it is that you're desiring most, whatever it is that you're like, no, I absolutely can't die now because I haven't finished this, that is going to be what you reincarnate to do. That is going to be the intention. That is the setup. That's where you leave off this lifetime. When you get reincarnated and you come back, you're coming back to work on whatever it is you didn't get done in this life. So you got to remember that your life that you're living right now is like a pearl and a string of pearls. Okay. You might be stuck in right now. I'm Kelsey living this life. Right now I'm Lauren living this life. Right now I'm Ashley living this life. But you got to remember, you got to think about yourself as a totality. All of your past lives, all of your future lives, everything that you've experienced. But the concept that consciousness, that pure consciousness, is the Atma or the Ori. It's what travels from lifetime to lifetime to lifetime to lifetime to reincarnate over and over again. If someone is not spiritually awake, there's a very huge chance that, and when I say spiritually awake, that they could get stuck or lost after death.
I learned a lot in that situation where I went into a void that literally told me what I was holding on to, what was okay and what was not okay, what I was upon, what I wasn't supposed to. It was a learning situation for me.
Uh-huh. Wow. So did it change your life? Did it make you a better person? Because that's really all that matters.
Yeah, it definitely did. It made me a giant different person. I wasn't a bad person before, but it gave me more patience. It gave me more thought. I was always a kind person. I never gave two craps about a person's being, like somebody saying that they're a bad person. I never believed any person's a bad person besides certain things in their life. But because my mom would always be like, "You're such a kind person," and I lived toward that. But it definitely gave me a different view of how I view myself also.
Yeah, because who you really are is your entire field of awareness. It's not just this little point that's stuck in your head and your physical body. Yeah, you realize that you're part of everything.
Yeah, it gave me a bigger value on myself.
Good.
And on my family. It gave me a huge value on myself and on my family.
I would say that most people have that experience. I don't I don't know anyone who has ever like had a near death
Um,
experience and come back and been like, now
yeah,
I'm going to be evil. I don't know. Well, that's great, Kelsey.
it definitely told me that, like, yeah,
That's good. Good for you.
but I had, it was definitely an eye-opening experience. The worst thing was that my abilities left me for a while, and then they randomly came back as soon as I like it was weird because I was trying to home them in, and everything that I could. It was like everything came into one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was like all
So
at
you need help
once.
with that. So you need help with that. Okay. That's kind of like what you want to talk about, like what happened to you, your experiences and stuff.
Well, it's more or less how to deal with, so where they
Okay,
come
so you know
from.
what? So here's the thing. If you want to talk about what you're talking about, you got to book a consultation with me because we're not going to have
Okay,
a
sure,
full
sure. Yes,
conversation
I'm
about.
so sorry.
Yeah, no, no, no,
I
no. It's
didn't mean
fine.
to overstep.
No, no, no. You're not overstepping. I'm just saying that if you want to talk about something that's really complex about your life, this is not the live to do it because we're trying
Oh,
to
I'm
keep a
so
panel
sorry.
discussion. Yeah. I
Yes,
want to
sir.
keep a I want a conversation about spirituality and about religion and philosophy and people's opinions. This is an opinion piece, a panel
Yes,
discussion,
sir.
not so much.
Mhm. Yes, sir.
But
I'm so sorry.
no, 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 no. Don't apologize. Stop apologizing.
I'm sorry.
Don't don't allow yourself to do that. Uh, so then let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question, but I need you to answer the question like, in the most simple terms possible. When you died, did you immediately see a bright white light, or was there a period of time in which you were in like a vacuum or a period of blackness where there was nothing there, and then somebody came?
Vacuum.
Okay. After you were in the vacuum for that brief period of time, what do you remember exactly what happened to you to get you from the vacuum to talk to the person you were talking to?
I didn't talk to anybody. It was just myself I was talking to.
Oh, okay. So you were having a Kelsey moment in your afterlife, near death experience. That's good. And you were stuck in this void, right? Okay. So there's many stages after death that have been talked about by people. Because nobody's done more investigations into this than Buddhists. Those people are crazy. The kind of stuff they do to themselves to experience consciousness is amazing. But when you're dying, okay, let's say you start to die, there's going to be a period of time while you're dying where it's going to feel like all the lights in the house are being shut off one by one. So it's like the bedroom, the bathroom, the living room, the basement, like all the lights start shutting down. And the physical body, because the body is biologically programmed to survive. Your body, that includes your brain and your nervous system, okay? The physical components, not the spiritual components, okay? The physical components of your body are biologically designed to want to stay alive. So it's going to fight with the passing. Everybody just needs to know that. Your body is going to want to physically react and revolt against the dying process, or you're bleeding out, you lose consciousness. You're not going to have the kind of experience of the shutdown process. You're going to black out, you're going to pass out, and you won't remember what happened. But after that happens, there's a brief holding period of time, and nobody really knows what it is, where your consciousness is kind of stuck almost like in a black hole. There's nothing. It's like oblivion. It's dark. It's like a vacuum. It's like nobody can describe that feeling to you of nothingness. And then they pull you out of the nothingness, and that's when you get out of the body, and that's when you go on to do whatever you're going to do next. And the point of what I was saying, and thank you, Kelsey, for bringing up all of this stuff anyway, because we never talk about after death stuff, surprisingly, is that once the consciousness or the Atma is freed from the physical form and the physical body, it's kind of not up to you in that moment what you're going to do. Okay? You are going to go somewhere, and you are going to be, and then they're going to have their talking to you about your life and what happened. Did you achieve what you were going to achieve? All of that stuff. You go through that conversation, and then your future births are determined, or your karmas are collected. Everything is totaled out, and then you figure out, when you're going to come back. That is pretty. What I'm telling you is basically what all traditional cultures' concept of death is. All of them, they don't change very much from culture to culture to culture about that. When you die, you go to the ancestral realm, or you go to another realm in which you communicate with spirits of the dead or higher level entities that are going to judge you and place you in your next place. That's what I believe. And that's it. Like I can't think about it in any other way, shape, or form than just keeping it that simple. No, I'm not on Patreon anymore.
So I've kind of like seen this process in a vision before, Ryan, and do you know what it looked like, or what my brain put it together like? Like a Rube Goldberg machine, except for there are multiple like routes that the track, and then the 3, and it goes down 1, and then it like hits some wind chimes on the way down, and then it like does a thing, and then it goes down another track. And it's like every time there's like a separation, like when the ball like switches tracks or chooses a track to go down, that's like writing the, I think what people call like soul contract, right? Like it's choosing kind of like the terms of like coming back. I don't know what I was looking at exactly, but like it was just like, here's this soul, and it goes, and it's making all of its choices on the way down, and then it gets like spit back out.
So in the Ifa tradition, we believe that we intentionally come into incarnation. We don't believe that we're just thrown into incarnation. The concept is there's 2 afterlives in Yoruba. The first afterlife is considered the good afterlife, and the second one is considered the bad afterlife, or the not so good afterlife. I'm talking specifically about Ifa and Yoruba culture, okay? So if you get to go to the good place after you die, thumbs up. If you get to go to the bad place after you die, I don't know what that means, but it's not like the concept of purgation and hell, not like the Christian concept of hell by any means. Yeah, Z, I am white, and I'm initiated in it. And since you don't have the ability to... No, we'll keep this person around. I was going to block this person, but I'm looking at them, and they're a white dude, and I think I know you from somewhere else. So let me tell you everybody something about voodoo and Ifa, and we'll go ahead and put it out, okay? It doesn't matter what color you are. It doesn't matter what your ethnicity is. Anyone can come to the Ifa and voodoo traditions if you find a priest that will work with you and will initiate you into these traditions and train you. Your color has nothing to do with it at all. The Orishas do not care what your color is. That is not the way they roll. So I'm just going to leave it at that. So I didn't think, I got this feeling. It's like my spirit told me, don't block this person. Did you see that, everybody? Did you see it? Because I was like getting ready to block you, because I just can't handle the whole you're white thing. It's so unenlightened. It's like so not spiritual. Because if you determine what somebody can and cannot do spiritually, or you look at someone's spiritual practice and it's based on the color of their skin, that is the complete opposite of spirituality. It's the complete opposite. Okay.
There was a little flash behind you right before you said that, Ryan. I caught it out of the corner of my eye.
Yeah, I know. That's my spirit showing up. In addition,
yeah, but also how many times we've played different roles.
Well,
outside of this body.
Yeah, but that doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. It's about the tradition is the tradition. It's practiced a particular kind of way. And on this motherfucking app, this TikTok app is full of misinformation and hatred and jealousy and all kinds of other prejudices. And people are just, people literally speak on things they know nothing about.
Very true.
Okay, I'm initiated in this stuff. I've been doing this for 5 years, okay? I'm not going to stop doing this stuff. I don't have a choice but to move forward, not backwards. Yeah, but I understand that, but that's not how it works in the Ifa tradition. But
Yeah.
any tradition that's in the diaspora, and we're not going to talk about diaspora, okay? Any tradition that comes out of the diaspora, you need to find people that practice it, priests and priestesses that practice this stuff, and hook up with them and talk to them and let them teach you. Because it's all about meeting other people that are in harmony with your destiny and moving on that path. So just know that, okay? All right, enough about that. Not talking about any of that anymore. Can't. This is not a night for it. What the hell was I talking about before the whole "you're white" shit came up?
We were talking about how I saw a Rube Goldberg machine-looking thing.
Life
and we were
review.
talking about good afterlife, bad, or not so
Right.
good afterlife.
So in Yoruba, your shadow tells your story, your secrets to God. So after you die and you go back to God, Aludamare, your shadow is considered to be the witness. Okay, your witness. You did trigger me because people are really hateful to me on this app, but I'm not triggered anymore. So you're to give an accounting for, did you accomplish your destiny or not? Did you fulfill all did you fulfill all of the requirements in your contract? Because in Ifa, there's a concept or the belief that we make a soul contract. We choose to incarnate to accomplish certain purposes. And it's the same thing in Hinduism. That's not something that's just African. It's Hindu too. So just remember something, everybody. Every tradition that's old, and I'm talking pre-colonization world old, in indigenous cultures all over the world, in Africa, in China, all over the world, this concept of reincarnation exists in every culture. This concept of an afterlife exists in every culture. This concept of ancestors in an ancestral realm exists in every culture. There are spirits of the dead, there are spirits of nature, and there are celestial entities, but every single culture has these things. So no one is special when it comes to these beliefs. They've been for hundreds of thousands of years. They're the old traditions. They're the traditions that everybody took and spread all over the world when we migrated out of Africa 300,000 years ago. We all took the same beliefs everywhere. And then Christianity happened.
And then
But we're not going to go down that route.
and then there was Christianity.
Yeah. Don't get me started on Christianity because it will take down my
I'm
life.
probably going to be all with you because I already, no, I don't.
So, what's the point? What was the point? The point was you either go to the good afterlife or you go to the not so good afterlife. But as far as we started this conversation talking about angry spirits and angry dead, you could have ancestor spirits that might be angry at you for some kind of reason. That's true. Ancestor appeasement and also appeasement of your spiritual companions. The concept of spirit guides is not new. It's called Egbe in Ifa. It's your spiritual companions. It's the people that incarnate with you on earth and also walk side by side with you in the spiritual realm. It's called Egbe. That's the concept. And it's similar to spirit guides. But in the love and light, new age, whitewashed version of Egbe, your spirit guides are always there to help you. Guess what? In traditional religion, if they get pissed at you, they will make your life miserable. True story. So you can have spirit guides, people that you have made spirit contracts with in the spiritual world before you get incarnated, that get really, really mad at you when you break your contract or when you don't get shit done. FYI, if shit starts to go sideways in your house, I mean, not in your house, not just your house. That's like, that in your life. You need to not only ask yourself, what am I doing right now that's creating for me, but also do that. Okay. So I just wanted to throw that out there because, see, Jennifer believes that you don't get a choice about anything when you die. When you die, and then you're going to be sucked to whatever part of the universe they're going to take you to, and then everything's going to be fine. There's no concept of a judgment one way or another. And then when it's time for you to reincarnate, you reincarnate. That was her afterlife experience. But maybe that's because that's where her soul comes from. Maybe that's her, whoever her people were that sent her here. Maybe that's their policy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because there's this word in Yoruba called Oloran. And that particular, hold on a second. That particular concept has been interpreted as heaven, has been translated as heaven, but it actually means source. Your source. Where is your source? Where did you come from at your source? And guess what, everybody? We don't all come from the same place.
I originally had a question, because you guys talk about the craziest stuff, and I freaking love it. Love it. I got on here and I was like, "Hey, everyone," and then right away, is it possible Spirit doesn't know that they're just jump right
Of course.
into it? So, my son's best friend was killed by an off-duty police officer. He was on a skateboard and struck from behind. And yeah, so he didn't get a speeding ticket or anything. He just got completely off, no justice, nothing.
Okay.
So I was at his house in his room, and he had this leather chair off in the corner, and I seen that smoke, that weird, mystical smoke. And I was like, there's that weird smoke in that chair. And my son said that was his chair. He always hung out in that chair. So, but my son's been having like weird dreams about him, and he doesn't know he's passed. So I'm like, I'm pretty sure he does though, because he went into like a coma. I can't connect with him. I can't even talk about him without saying.
Okay. Well, for one thing, yes, spirits cannot know they're dead. In the spiritual tradition and any spiritual tradition anywhere, and remember, I focus more primarily on indigenous traditions, not traditions that are colonized. The concept that a spirit can be confused and not know that it's time for them to move on is pretty common in most cultures. And so there are ceremonies and rituals and ritual performances that are done to let the spirit understand that they are dead and that they need to move on. And so the whole concept of being a spiritualist or a spiritist or someone that traffics the dead is being a ceremony and communicate with the spirit to let them know you're dead. You need to go. You need to move towards the light so that you can transition. You can, like Belle said, get on the rolly ball and go to whatever it is your next incarnation is. So there is a concept that you can not know, and but eventually somebody will come and get them.
So also, I'm so glad I have you people to talk to. Holy shit, you have no idea. So we were going for a family gathering or whatever. My son, he's grown, he lives on his own, whatever. And I was waiting for him to come over, and I watched him walk across the parking lot, and he was dressed just like his friend Anthony. Like the whole get up, he always wore like a white shirt with a buttoned up short sleeve shirt over it, and the chain and the baseball cap. Like this was his style. It's not my son's style at all. And and I'm like, what the hell? Like, is he wearing Anthony's clothes? Did he raid his closet? Like, what's happening? And I asked him, and he's like, no, this is like somebody else's. And I was like, that's so weird. So we went to the family gathering, and we were sitting there, and he looked over at me with this weird look, and he smiled at me, and it was literally Anthony's face in my kid's face, in my son's face. And it was Anthony's face with a mustache, and it was the weirdest thing. And I looked at him, and I looked at my boyfriend, and I'm like, Robert looks like Anthony right now. I don't know what to do about it. And he's like, that's creepy. And I wish to God I had that moment back, because I feel like it was him.
Could have been.
Like, is that possible? Like, I don't even know. It literally looked just like...
That is possible. Yes, spirits of the dead can attach themselves to other people. Matter of fact, there are will actually keep them with you all the time.
Okay.
So
that's happened to a couple of people. Like, that's happened to a couple of people.
Yeah. So
where their face just like distorts, and I'm like, whoa, who are you?
That happens. It's, you know why? It's because the energy of who you are. Let me tell you something,
I'm
Bells.
just
I
looking
don't
at
know
my
if you
face.
recommended me this book to me or not, but I downloaded a book that everybody needs to download. It's called, is it Ars Vacana? Ars.
Ars Vercanum.
That book, I've read like the first little bit of it, and I'm like, I'm just getting around to like the working part. Is it?
Mhm.
It's really good.
It's really good.
Ars Vacana. Sorry.
I'm going to show you
Can you
guys what it is. I'm going to pull it up on my
Okay.
or can you type it in, Bells, to the chat? The
Yes.
name of it?
I'm gonna write it down. 'Cause
Because it's a magic book, everybody. It's a book about magic. It's not a book about spiritism or witchcraft. I mean, it has a lot to do with like magic. But the thing is that like we're all energy. Every single one of us is like a ball of energy. And we come together like this, okay? We come together like this, and then when everything is done, we all disperse and go away like that. So the pure consciousness that is you, that travels from lifetime to lifetime, it has to go like this to manifest. And then it has to go like that to release. So it's true that energies can be entangled with one another. We call that's what we call attachments. That is an attachment. It's when your energy body and another energy body or something on the astral plane that is, or I want to start saying, I'm going to start using plane, connects with you and gets stuck to you. And Bells likes to call them sticky spirits. And I think that's a great word to use. So let me just show you the outside of this book. This is what the book looks like. Hold on a second, everybody. I'm going to make myself big for a second. Ars Vercanus.
Okay.
I have not been reading this book for very long, but it's really good. Because, and I'll tell you why it's good. It's good because whoever the author is like me. They're extremely well educated in multiple occult disciplines. And they are able to synthesize in their book some of the most basic premises around energy and the energy body. And a lot of the workings are energetic, aren't they? Bells. And these exercises would be good for anybody who is trying to understand their energetic self. And that's what we are. We're all energy. We're all energy. And when we come into contact, everything you think, everything you say, and everything you do vibrates and resonates on a particular tone. And like attracts like. You're going to pull towards yourself the things that you want, and the things that you don't pay attention to are going to fall by the wayside, or the things you push away are going to go away. It's like an algorithm. Life is an algorithm. Just like you get on Google and you type in Google something about like, I want to go Victoria's Secrets. And then the next thing you know, on Facebook and Instagram and every social media platform you're on, you're getting advertisements for Victoria's Secrets. That is exactly how the world works. Rhythm. Spirit, our soul is also on an algorithm, and the algorithm is cyclical. So whenever your spirit or who you are becomes somehow entangled with another conscious being, physical or non-physical, you're going to create a relationship with them. That's it. Okay. So all of the psychic phenomena isn't really important. Like, it really doesn't matter if I could see spirits like they were standing in front of my face, or whether or not I could see them, like, say, in a more cerebral way. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really change our situation here. It doesn't fix climate change, you know. It's like this. All this psychic phenomena is good, but it's unnecessary, and that's why most yogis and Buddhists and people that are spiritual will tell you, when you're meditating and stuff and you start experiencing psychic phenomena, ignore it. When you start seeing spirits of the dead, ignore it. If you got energies coming around trying to talk to you and they're bothering you in meditation, tell them to go away and ignore that, because psychic abilities are considered to be a hindrance on the spiritual path if you're trying to find apotheosis or if you're trying to find enlightenment. They're just distractions along the way. It's just the thing is that now you started meditating, and now you can your conscious field of awareness has broadened. So now you have the ability to see things that you didn't see before. Guess what? Those fucking things were always there.
Mhm.
People act surprised, like they get a psychic vision and they see like, a demon or something, and they're like, oh my God, you don't think that thing hasn't been standing there for like 2 weeks?
So I was,
It's scary to actually see it.
yeah, I was working in a nursing home that used to be a hospital, and it was like hundreds of years old, this hospital. And I was in the elevator. I was going for a smoke break or something. And I was in the elevator and it stopped to let other people on. And there was like these shadows like flying down the hallway. At first, I thought it was a bat. At first, I thought a bat got in the hall for some reason. That's what I thought. But nobody was freaking out about it. Everybody was just going about their business. And I was like, what the hell? And what it looked like was a stingray. That's the best way I can describe it, was a stingray, but it was missing the tail, like the long tail that the stingrays have.
Oh wow.
And it was like flying this, like just like this. And it looked like it was on a mission. It was like flying like crazy down the hallway. So I was talking to somebody else. What's her name? Lisa Love? Does that sound right? Is that her name?
I
She's
have
one
no
of
idea what
the.
you're talking about.
Her last name's Love. She's on here. She's one of the with the big red glasses. Anyways,
There's
I was
millions of
talking to
people
her.
on here. Okay.
She's part of this whole crew. Anyway, so I was talking to her about it, and I think that was residual energy because that was like a really gossipy floor.
Mm.
Like they were very
So,
gossipy and very like pick
so
on
that's
each
what I
other.
was actually going to ask is how much
Yeah,
of it do you think is echo consciousness? How much of it do you think is residual? And how much do you think
exactly.
is the actual spirit?
The more I thought about
Mm-hmm.
it, that's actual residual energy. So when there's like
Yeah.
negative, gossipy,
Mm-hmm.
backstabbery going on, like what kind of energy is flying around? I've seen it. It looks like stingray.
It's just spirit attracted to energy also, which is why it's important where, all that stuff my parents used to tell me when I was a kid, like, be careful where you go, don't hang out with bad people. Don't, if you go to the club, make sure you stay safe. Don't get wrapped up with bad people. Like you get to a certain age and you're like, well, damn, they were right about that. That wasn't a good idea to be around that particular group of people. So we need to talk about us. Let's talk about how we can better ourselves as people. Let's talk about how we can become better witches and occultists and spiritualists and magicians and whatever it is you call yourself. Root workers, voodooisans. Keep yourself clean. Stay clean. Keep your tracks clean. Keep your home clean. Keep your car clean. Open the windows. Get fresh air. Burn incense. Smoke clean. Use essential oils. Use fragrance perfumes. Okay? Keep your house smelling sweet, because highly elevated spirits and the spirits of the dead that are really like highly elevated, that draws them. They like the aroma of the sweet smells and they like clean environments. There are certain spirit entities, and I'm talking about divinities, that will not manifest in physical form even or come down unless the room is clean. They will not come down unless the place is super clean, because they're very, very pure spirits. And there are spirits that you can't call if you've burned anything like smoke. There are spirits that you can't call if there's alcohol out or alcohol around. So the working with spirits is a very, very, very advanced magical technique. Someone and before they start on and conjuring energies into your house. Remember, your spoken word is your contract. It is the license that you give spirits to come into your life and do things in your life. That's why initiation is very, very important, and people shouldn't do it unless they're really ready to, because when you go into an initiatic situation, no matter what it is, and you create a karmic bind between you and a spirit, and another spirit. You are bound to that spirit, they are bound to you, and there's agreements that are made in the spiritual world that once they're made, they cannot be broken. But you need to keep your place clean. You need to keep yourself physically clean. Give yourself spiritual baths. If you have a bathtub, that's great. Fill it up with hot water and Epsom salt and essential oils and fresh flowers. You can put fresh fruit in your baths, coconut milk in your bath, fresh herbs, basil, rosemary, mint. What, Kelsey?
I have a question. Does a dousing of rose oil on your skin, your clothes, stuff like that?
Whatever it is that you do. So it has to transform your consciousness. So here's the thing. If it doesn't, this is what I think about magic, and this is my chaos magician side coming out. You ready?
Yes.
If what you do spiritually does not invoke an emotional response, it ain't worth doing. It is not
Okay,
worth
so
doing.
that's for me. So.
Okay, the universe is going to act on your feelings. The universe is going to act on your intention. All three of those things have to be in alignment with one another, or the spell won't work, or the spiritual working won't work, which is why a lot of people's spells don't work.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in it.
All those things have to be congruent with one another for anything to happen. But if you practice some kind of magic where you're just going through the motions, I got to hold this wand and point it in this direction, and then I've got to recite these God names, that is never going to give spiritual orgasm a big emotionally charged response. Does that make sense? Oh yeah, Ashley, I'm sorry. I'm talking. I know I'm talking and talking and talking. Bye, Ashley. Oh, you come back up when... Okay, that's good, because I'm fucking awake, and I'm going to be awake for a while. I'm so mad.
If I remember correctly, in a lot of ceremonial magic, there are... ceremonial magic, not like ceremonial high magic, like not even just in Order of the Golden Dawn and indigenous traditions as well, like the use of song, chanting, all of that, like to raise that emotional vibration in the
spirits,
ritual. Yeah.
Yes, because... Yes, keep going. I want to say something, but I'm going to let you say everything first.
Okay. That was basically it. Like you use song, song is one of the biggest ways to just evoke an emotion out of a human being. And when you have, because if I just sit here and I'm just I'm lighting my, like that, I'm not moving energy, but with sound and song, you're also physically moving the energy with the air throughout your lungs and all of that. And it just I don't know. I used to go to powwows when I was a kid because my cousins are native and they babysat me a lot. Yeah. So I'd be there and everybody would be singing and chanting and doing their thing. And the energy in the room was palpable. It was
immaculate. Yeah.
Well, that's immaculate. And that's how we call the spirits in voodoo, through song and through dance and through drumming. And it's a shamanic practice. So here's the thing. The three oldest spiritual traditions in the world are the three oldest spiritual practices are what? Shamanism, animism, and animistic magic. That means working with nature to produce magical results, and ancestor worship. Those are the three oldest spiritual practices. And so if a practice is old, it is always going to contain all three of those components. Okay. Now, when I say shamanism today, modern shamans are called psychic mediums. We're called mediums. We don't need any special title. We're just people who are mediums, because the word shamanism means a particular thing, and you need to be careful about using it for cultural appropriation purposes. And also because shamans had a very specific way of becoming shamans, which is not the way we become shamanic today. We're mediums. So, shit, what was I talking about? What did I say?
Today,
I was talking about the three different spiritual paths. Yes.
Sorry,
Um,
I'm letting
no,
you
no, you're
speak.
right. Thank you. You brought me back on track. Like I said, my gummies kicked in. So, ancestor veneration and ancestor worship is very important, and I'm not going to talk about it tonight because we talk about it every single time I'm live. Shamanism or psychic medium work or mediumship is the ability to dream psychically, see things that are not there, hear things that are not there, taste things that are not there, smell things that are not there. It's those extra sensory perceptions that make someone more a psychic medium than someone who's not. And then finally, it's animism. It's the belief that everything is conscious, that everything contains some form of consciousness in it. Like mushrooms are conscious. They are. They're not conscious like human beings are conscious, but they're still alive and they're still talking to one another. Same thing with trees. Same thing with spirits,
Vibrations.
non-human spirits, fairies. And also, you can't expect the gods and the goddesses and the divinities to be able to ever understand your experience because they'll never be embodied as human beings. So you need to remember that. That's why we go to the ancestors. That's why we go to the dead first before petitioning deities, because the spirits of the dead remember. They remember what it's like to be alive. They have a memory of what it's like to be stuck in time. So we always go to the ancestors first.
I remember I had a big blowout fight with Mother once because I was like, you do realize I only have 29 years of memories, right? Like, you are aware that this is not a big deal, but when you were little, it's a big fucking deal, right? You understand that. And she was like, I hadn't considered it. It's like, not a
Yeah.
natural thing.
So I just think that before people go chasing spirits to try to communicate with them, you need to figure, okay, I know what I was going to say. This is why
I
I got
didn't
on live. 2 hours later, I remember why I got on live.
before. I
How
didn't
about this?
before.
How about this to all 45 people that's in my motherfucking room?
Do your research.
Before you start trying to develop your psychic abilities, before you start trying to communicate with spirits of the dead, before you start conjuring and calling on angels and demons and gods and goddesses and orishas and everything else, before you decide to make any kind of sworn oaths or put out that first offering or cast your first spell or even light your first candle, go ahead and decide what you fucking believe first. Sit down with a motherfucking piece of paper and say, what I believe, because what you believe is going to influence how you act in every circumstance, okay? Like I said, and I say this I have a whole YouTube playlist where I'm teaching witchcraft. I have a whole, if you go, you see Brujo Ryan teaches witchcraft and magic on my YouTube channel. There's a whole playlist that I'm creating. It's a whole course. And what I say in that course is that it's not, if you arrive at a ritual, okay, and a ceremony that you've committed to showing, and they wheel out because there's going to be an animal sacrifice, okay, that is not the time to have a existential crisis about whether or not you think animal sacrifice is right or wrong. If you go to a ceremony of a bunch of witches and you show up and all of a sudden everybody takes off their clothes and starts fucking each other, that is not the time to try to have a moral crisis about whether or not you believe or don't believe in sex magic. Do you see what I'm saying? So you guys need to take a step back. And I'm not talking about the people in my live, and I'm just saying maybe you are in my live. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't care. But what you guys need to do is sit down and write down, what do I believe? What are my ethics? What are my morals? What are my principles? What are my boundaries between me and spirit? And if you have not done that first, you should not have ever lit your first candle before figuring out what it is that you're going to stand for. Because believe it or not, your existence proves someone either right or wrong in some universe somewhere. Your life matters. I perform animal sacrifices. I sacrifice ghosts and chicken. We're not going to talk about animal sacrifice tonight. Yes, animal sacrifice is absolutely necessary under some circumstances, but I'm not going to get into that. Don't come into my life with all the love and light stuff. We don't do love and light around here. This is not the love and light crew. Okay, this is the get it done at all costs necessary crew. This is let's get it done by all means necessary.
Oh, Ryan, there's a sticker at the shops I wanted to get you. It said like, fuck love and light, just get it done.
Yeah, that's kind of like how the universe works.
It is really, because it doesn't care.
God, spirit. Bye now. Go. So what's
The
the
pity party this day.
The point of what I was saying was that, what was the very last thing I said before I lost? Oh yeah, figuring out what the hell you believe. What you believe matters. And you should really think about that. It's really a time to sit down and meditate on what it is that I really believe. Because guess what? If you turn on the television or you open up this app, everyone's telling you what to believe. Everyone's telling you how to feel about race and ethnicity, about gender, about religions, about politics, about how you're supposed to eat, how you're supposed to exercise, how you're supposed to put on your makeup, what you're supposed to do. Like this world is a never-ending glut and supply of people telling you what to do. I try not to tell people what to do. I try to give suggestions. And I know it comes off as me telling people what to do. I'm trying to give suggestions. But my suggestion is stop listening to everybody for 5 minutes. Turn off the radio. Turn off the podcast. Turn off YouTube. Close this motherfucking app. And sit down and spend some time asking yourself, what do I believe in? Because if you don't know what you believe in, why are you doing any of this? What are you working towards? What's the end game for you? Do you have a goal for any of this, or you just plan to float through life just like this till the end? Like, come on now.
Like if you don't have a purpose, don't go through it.
Well, everybody should. So some people say there's no purpose to life. That might or might not be true, but I think the purpose in life is finding purpose in it. I think it's very important for us to find meaning and purpose and give ourselves meaning and purpose, right? And I think it's very important that we all help everybody else and pursue happiness.
Find a purpose.
But so now you have to decide, how are you going to go about that purpose? What means necessary is for you to achieve your destiny. You might find out that the path you're on has nothing to do with your destiny. It's not where you're supposed to go. You don't even believe in what you're doing. Listen to me, people. I am not speaking from someone who has not experienced these things. I'm speaking from a place of truth, and I'm speaking from a place of experience.
Non-biased opinion.
Yeah, that's just, I'm not being biased about this. This happened to me. I have woke up and said, I don't know why I'm continuing to do these particular practices, or I don't know why I'm continuing to do this because I don't believe in it. Why am I going to continue to do something that I don't believe in? That makes no goddamn sense. So why am I even worried about it?
Yeah.
Why? So just remember something, everyone. At any point in time, you can end any relationship, whether it's a spiritual relationship or a physical relationship or any point in time, you have the right to walk away and end a relationship. There might be repercussions from ending a relationship. There always are. Whenever you walk away from a relationship, there are always repercussions from your choices. But at any point in time, you can decide that you're not going to do something anymore. So don't feel pressured. Don't feel forced, because feeling pressured and forced is feeling oppressed and suppressed and depressed. And that's the opposite of what spirituality is about. You should feel good about your motherfucking spiritual practices. You should feel good about them. You should be proud of them. You should be able to hold your head up high and be like, this is who I am. This is my spiritual path. If you like what I do, then hang with me. If you don't like what I do, the block button still works. Okay?
Amen.
So, what?
Right. It's just a great.
Preach.
I agree with you.
I'm on my soapbox
Ashley,
tonight.
preach.
I'm on my
Not
soapbox
like
tonight. I'm getting
I
all
agree.
warmed up.
Like I agree in abundance. I agree. If you want to work towards something that you believe in, and if you want to work towards yourself to make yourself better, especially if you are dealing with something that you don't understand, and if nobody else understands, and you feel like you're not exactly there with anybody else. And even when you tell your family, like, hey, I'm experiencing something that you don't understand, even when your mom, I don't like to say it because it makes me feel like a generic person. Our whole heritage has been stuff. We'll just say it like that. And then I get stuck with some BS. And I get to deal with a lot of things that I'm not equipped to deal with. And nobody's taught me. Nobody wants to teach me because they're married to some men that don't understand the fact that, like, you're not allowed to have emotions. Or my dad doesn't. None of the men in our family want to have the women. I'm trying to describe this in a way that I can. And I'm ADHD and like
That's okay. We're
nothing.
listening to you. I'm giving you the
Oh,
space to
I'm
say
so
what you need to
sorry.
say.
It's
No,
yeah.
I
A lot
want
of
you to
people,
know that I care about what you're saying. So please keep going.
okay. Well, a lot of people don't understand the fact that what I have to deal with on a daily basis, no matter if people understand me, I go to sleep on a daily basis. I have nightmares and or dreams that I have to deal with or with how people feel and how things feel or how I have to deal with other people's feelings on a daily basis. And when I'm awake or asleep, that's me being mentally drained. And it doesn't matter if I'm awake or asleep. I literally have to deal with a 16-hour job and then have to deal with that. And nobody understands how mentally draining that is. And then I have to also go to sleep and deal with things that my mom didn't teach me, even though my aunt wants to teach me on, but she's not allowed because I'm not her daughter. But it's in our family, which doesn't mean anything because you can be who you want to be and learn everything you want to learn in, however. And then after my death, I had to deal with things a lot of different ways and to understand how I got to have it back. I don't know if anybody understands what I'm saying now, but like it's a lot of misconstrued and confusing ways. But the fact that you even have a gift is a blessing. When you lose it, it's a curse.
Kelsey, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you use crystals?
I used to.
Crystals
I
aren't
don't
going to
have a
help
lot of
though.
them. I don't have a lot of them anymore. I had an act. So
But
we
for
used.
work, but for work, I feel like smoky
Diane,
quartz.
yeah, hold on a second. She's got problems that have nothing to do with crystals. This is
No,
not
absolutely.
something that needs to be dealt with. This needs to be dealt with metaphysically, but there's real world issues here that need to be examined.
No,
Because
absolutely.
everybody, remember, before you start looking for a spiritual or magical solution, be wise enough to sit down and do an assessment on your life to see whether or not this is a a situation or a physical situation that can be resolved without
Yeah.
And there's also people who can move forward from that, behind that, and forward from that.
Yeah, but Kelsey, let me tell you what I hear. Let me
Yes,
tell
sir.
you what I hear, because I talk to people like you every single day. I'm a spiritual doctor. People pay me to diagnose their spiritual problems and give them help and give them medicine. I'm a medicine man, a spiritual medicine man. Okay? You're an empath. I can see it. It's written all over your face. It comes out. I know another empath when I see them. I am a super empath. I live a solitary life. I live like a hermit. I live like a goddamn monk. And I have to live by myself because my gifts are so impact my life so much. You're a nurse, right? No. I was going to say, when you're running shifts that long, I was thinking that you were like an emergency room nurse, or you had, that you were in some situation that are negative most of the time.
Yeah.
I'm a pawnbroker.
Okay, all right. Well, let me ask you, but here's the thing. Here's the thing about being an empath. Being an empath is the absolute worst. It's not cool. It's not fun. It is not a walk it's not a walk, down the golden brick road. When you're an empath,
I get it.
it makes you physically sick. It makes you
Brain.
physically
Yeah.
ill. It's not just like some mental disturbance or a nightmare or, having a feeling of ick. It literally makes you physically ill. But I'm going to tell you something, Kelsey, and this is free advice. You need to remove and think about how it's going to be possible for you to remove every single person, place, and thing that is continuing to re-trigger negative feelings every single day.
Oh, that'd be like
Changing your entire
dispatching
life.
my whole, that would be dispatching my whole line of work.
Well, you need to start figuring out how to do that, because Spirit's going to do it anyway, whether you like it or not. I'm going to be straight up honest with you. I'm trying to tell you this because I'm saying it like a friend. I'm not saying it like a mentor or anything
you're
else.
fine. I would rather have your advice than anybody else.
What I'm trying to tell you is that you're ripe for a spiritual awakening. Ripe, R-I-P-E. You're ripe for a spiritual wake. We don't just awaken spiritually once. We awaken over and over and over again. This is a gradual, this is like, we get a lot of awakenings. You don't just get one awakening. You get lots of awakenings. But it seems like
I've had a lot.
You're really ripe for one. And the thing is that if you're not careful with the way you move through space right now, you could crash and burn. And everything in your life going to hell and all at one time. We've all been there.
So they literally told me that I was supposed to have one, but I'm like, I've already been through one, and then I'm ready for another one.
Yeah, but you need to figure out ways that you can start making your life look more the way that's going to make you happy.
See, in my job, there's a lot of things that so in my life, I'm the only person who is stable. My husband is a veteran, cannot work. So I'm the only person who can provide.
Mm-hmm.
He still has money, but they don't like to, honey, come on, Luna, come on, back. My dog, sorry.
I want you to do this. We're going to end this with this, because we're not going to keep going down this line of communication, because it's
fine, sweetheart.
But
I don't.
But the thing is what I want you to do is I'm going to give you a homework assignment. Your homework assignment is going to be this, and it's going to be for everybody in the room. Are you ready for this? Yes, I have to hold it together for everybody. I need you to sit down one day and say a prayer to your source, whatever it is that you see as the divine, the divinity. And I need you to sit down and take a piece of paper and write down exactly what your perfect life looks like. What does my life look like if my life, and I flip the page and write down your most realistic expectations about how you could be living your best life. It's different. Like how I could be, my perfect life I would be stranded on a desert island somewhere like the Blue Lagoon, and there would be beautiful naked people around to fuck everywhere, and I would, just enjoy laying out on the beach. You know, that's the perfect life to me. That's it. Like, I couldn't want anything more. And a coffee maker, because I couldn't live without coffee. But that's not my life. So what does my best life look like? What's as close to that as possible? Okay, I need you to do that. And that will kind of give you a little bit more clarity about how to move. Because I've been in situations like you where, how old are you, honey?
Who?
How old
Me?
are you? Yeah, Kelsey.
I'm 32.
You are a baby.
Yep.
I'm 43.
But I can't go upon my adventure without having a spouse that's going to go upon his adventure. He has to help me too.
Yeah. No, I understand. I get it. You'll
But
figure
he
it
won't.
out, but do the exercise that I told you about. And, you know, the thing is that, you know, sometimes you can't help people and sometimes you have to walk away. If you're in a situation that's making your life miserable, you don't need to feel like a bad person, because let's get back to the empath thing for a second. Empaths blame themselves for everything. Empaths will blame themselves for other people's problems that aren't even their problems. Or person who's homeless, holding up a sign. Weird. The empathy thing is a really weird phenomenon when it comes to psychic stuff.
But
I don't know
also
what
to
the
like
invite
add
means.
to
I didn't
Ryan's,
invite you. Huh?
to
Why is
add to
Miss
Ryan's,
Mountain Mama not
or
saying nothing?
Kelsey, to add to that, an empath also, we're all huge magnets, okay? And you're retaining other people's emotions, other people's shit. You're holding
Yeah,
it,
and it
the
hurts my
emotions and the
feelings and it
traumas,
hurts me.
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Because it's sticking to the same emotions and trauma that you have, okay? So, spiritual cleansing, one, huge. And Ryan's already covered that. So
Yes,
you
ma'am.
having a good spiritual cleansing that takes place every day, every other day, however
Yes,
your
ma'am.
work schedule is, you need to be able to clear off everyone else's crap,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And second, to add to his homework requirement, I want you to think about what prevents you from meeting that life. What is it that is preventing
Hmm.
you? And
Miss Bells,
Yeah.
did you have something to say?
Oh, I was gonna ask Ryan if I could have a 30-second soapbox.
Oh,
Yes.
Seth.
Get on your soapbox.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. The audience who's watching this right now, the only person who can make you happy is you. And I'm not saying the only person who can fucking fulfill you is you, but it is your sole responsibility to make yourself happy.
Take care of
No one
yourself.
is going to fucking save you. People will come along and they can help you save you, but at the end of the day, you're the only one who's going to be able to fucking save yourself. Like, take this from someone who has been almost unalived by people. Like, this is one of
Yeah.
the situations where it's just like, if you're in a bad situation, you need to get yourself out of it. It's not your fault, but it is your responsibility to make yourself happy, to get yourself out of it. Like, sorry, that sucks. That sucks that it happened to you, but are you going to sit there on the ground and cry about it? Or are you going to, like, get up, uplift yourself, set a small goal, see the light at the end of the tunnel, and work towards that goal instead of losing hope? Anyway, that was my soapbox. Thank you.
I think it has a lot to do with her processing guilt about walking away from the relationship she's in, because it's not helping her get to where she needs to be, and it's preventing her from achieving her destiny, and she's feeling bad about it, and she feels like if she walks away that she's going to be guilty and that there's going to be some kind of punishment for her at the end of the tunnel, or some other kind of irrational fear. And let me tell you something, Kelsey, and I'm elevated right now in spirit and in body. So if anything I say is offensive to you, I apologize.
No, you don't have,
I don't deliberately try to be offensive, because what I'm saying to you
no,
is I
you're
would say
not
to
going to.
anyone, my ex-boss was this little Jewish lady, and she was a stripper. She was a pole dancer, and she owned a pole dancing studio. Yes. Um, she would come out of teaching pole dancing class, and she would throw herself on the couch, and she would take take off her stilettos, you know, her 8-inch heels, and she'd go, "Oy vey, my feet. Quick, Ryan, get me a drink," you know, and then I'd have to go pour her like, you know, a drink, and we'd sit and we'd have cocktails and everything, and I was going through a really bad time. And I was telling her about the relationship situation I was in, and she looked at me and she said, "You know what, Ryan? You don't have to have any other reason to walk away from any relationship other than I'm not happy. You don't need any excuses. He doesn't have to cheat on you, or she doesn't have to cheat on you. You don't have to cheat on them. It doesn't have to be dramatic. It doesn't have to be a problem. It can literally be a conversation that says, we have to separate because we're not going down the same road, and I can't help you anymore. There's nothing wrong with telling someone I can't help you anymore." And then walking away and letting everybody go their separate ways and figuring it out for themselves. There's nothing wrong with that, because you will impale yourself, you will crucify yourself upside down every single day of the week, acting like a martyr, and it's not cute being a martyr.
I'm a caretaker, and that's what sucks.
Right. Well, you're an empath, and empaths are disgustingly, whatchamacallit, codependent. Yeah. It is what we are. People who are empaths are empathetic towards other people, always tend to pick jobs that are helping professions to help people.
Well,
and they pick relationships.
It's not just the job, it's the person that I'm with. He is a veteran, and he does nothing. He barely cleans the house when I'm gone. I'm working.
So does he have the ability to?
Yeah.
Okay, then he's not helping himself. It's time to walk away from the situation.
You need to adopt a fuck 'em attitude.
Yeah,
like,
I've done that.
It's not like that, but it's like, you need to look out for you, girl. Like, it's one of those things where it's something like, this is detrimental to me, but like, don't set yourself on fire to keep other people warm, kind of thing.
Oh
You
yeah.
know,
So I have a
keep
question.
telling him, I'm like, hey, this is the end. Like, this is I own the house that I am in, and he lives here.
Yeah, it's goodbye. It's time to say goodbye. It is. It really is. Look, guess what? You don't have to pay me anything. You don't even have to get a reading, because we're fixing your problems right now as we speak. You know that he needs to leave. There's a part of you inside your heart and the back of your brain and all the spirits of the dead that are around you and your angels and your guides that are being like, you can't keep doing this, girl. You can't keep doing this, girl. The guy won't even fucking clean the toilet. The guy won't even like make a sandwich for himself. The guy won't even have dinner ready for me when I get home. You know, there's all these things, you know, like I know he's ill. I know he's sick. I know he's cleaning up around the house. So you're dealing with a very specific kind of situation.
He's lost
and
his
I
own
need
kids.
you.
He's like, there's a lot of things like wrong with him. He's lost his own kids.
Guess what? Not your problem. His problems are not your problems anymore. This is what I'm trying to get through to you. Hey, Tootsie. This is what I'm trying to get through to you. What I'm trying to get through to you is his problems are not your problems. And for someone who is really super sensitive, they might look at me and be like, he's just an asshole. He doesn't care about anyone. He doesn't care about anything. That is 100% not true. I have stayed for years in relationships, longer than I should have, because I didn't love myself enough to walk away.
And if it's a guilt thing and you're like, nobody else is going to take care of him, I have a newsflash for you. Somebody else will. Call his mama, call his gaming buddies, call his best friend, call fucking Adult Protective Services. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, this person you shouldn't feel like you are the only reason a person is like around, you know? Like, I've had to do this in a previous relationship of like 7 years, where I was just like, you know what? I'm leaving and I'm calling your mom. I'm calling your mom because you're your mom's problem now.
I'm calling your goddamn mama. I've even called my mama, and she came over here and she got up in his face. She's like, look, you do nothing for my daughter, and like, you're doing good. So he's a veteran, and he stopped drinking for a whole year, and he is doing better than he ever has. But
yeah, but you're not.
No.
No, I'm not, because he doesn't do things he can in the home.
Yeah, I know, but we need to fix your alcoholism too. We need to fix the
Mine?
alcoholism. We need to fix the alcohol problem. So there's a lot of things in your life, baby doll, that you need to fix. And first, it starts with loving yourself and loving who you are. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to just totally throw you up against the wall with that. But we need to talk about how are you treating yourself? Are you treating yourself every day like you love yourself, or are you living to die every single day? I was an alcoholic for 30 motherfucking years. The first alcoholic beverage I ever drank, my mother handed me when I was 8 years old, sitting on the side of her bed. I got drunk for the first time because my mother gave me alcohol. My
My
mother
mother
was the
gave me
person that
pills.
gave me my alcohol.
Yep,
And
and I
I
had
went on a
pills.
drinking binge. What, Ashley?
And my mother gave me pills around the same time. She was the one
You,
that did it.
you're talking to people who have struggled through alcohol and drug addiction and all kinds of other
I
situations.
had to protect my mama. I had to protect my mom.
We're here for you, honey.
Mm-hmm.
You got a room full of strangers that are here for you to tell you that you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
You have the ability to get through this. You don't know it yet, but you have the ability to get through it. Everything's coming to a head, and you're in a healing process right now. You know what you got to do.
No,
And
I know I can. I'm just really stuck up about the fact that my mom ran away. And all the time, I was just trying to protect her. My dad used to be an asshole. And now my dad's just trying to keep my mom. And now my mom's the alcoholic. And no matter what I say,
Kelsey, you came into this live for a reason tonight. You came up on screen. I really strongly believe that. And I don't talk much. I just stay quiet. I'm here for Ryan for support.
I
And
know
I
I've
come
been
on.
looking at
Yep.
you the whole
Ryan
time.
knows why I'm here. I just come for support, and I kind of just am quiet. I pop
No,
in and out when I need
randomly, I've
to.
been looking at your
But
whole photo the whole time. Why you, yeah.
you're here for a reason. You are. Um, and you have a great support system surrounding you. But I'm going to tell you something. You definitely know what you need to do. You do, because you know that you have those spirits around you, and they're strong, and they're going to keep at you. And
Yeah.
Nope.
Kelsey, look at me. I know you're scared. Okay, baby. I know it's very, very scary. But you know what's scarier? This being the rest of your life.
mm-hmm.
yeah, for real.
I really want to talk to you, Mister.
For real. That's how I felt like when I was turning 30 years old. When I was in like the worst possible place I could possibly be in life when I was 29. That's when it hit me. And I thought I was going to die. Literally one night in the middle of the night, I woke up and I had this feeling in my head, like I felt really sick, and I felt like I could banana everybody in the house and myself along with it. And it would have turned out to be like, a murder suicide, right? I have been there. I've been to that breaking point in which I'm like, I don't really know if I can do this. I don't know if I can keep doing this. But there's a way what I'm trying to say, there's a way to move about this and move through your space where you can do it clean and you can do it with as little drama as possible, okay, with compassion, or you can allow it get to a point when it just explodes and it's a big mess. Everyone's a mess. It's terrible. It's all. And I think that you can do it. I think you have the ability to do that, to, figure out what it is that you need to do, calmly and peacefully.
I don't think scary.
Huh?
Most of the time, come to me when I'm sleeping,
Mm-hmm.
and it's only when I'm sleeping, And then sometimes I wake up and I can't feel, I can't, like, I'll be awake and then I'll walk around the house and I can't breathe. And my fiance even looks at it, he's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm just sitting here, I was like, "I'm just waking up. It's fine. I'm good. I'm fine. I got out of it. I'm good."
Hmm.
Because I think I'm okay.
Are you okay?
Out of that, I think I am because I already did everything in my dream that I was supposed to.
Hmm.
I told them no, or I wasn't. I don't even know how to explain it because in the dream you have certain situations you have to get through.
Hmm.
And then when you get through them, that's fine. And depending on what subject you're on, is if you're okay or not. If you allow them to get in, that's a whole different situation. And there's some that I just wake up feeling like, oh my God, like I can't breathe. Like I
Yeah.
just wake up and
So what we need to do is there's lots of spiritual things that you can do to help resolve your situation because it sounds like you're incredible. But see, I hear that there's stuff around you that doesn't need to be there. And
no.
it's the stuff that doesn't need to be there that is creating problems for you. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying? But
they
there's,
like to do a lot of the bad things and they can the good things.
yeah. Well, the thing is that there's a way to alleviate those negative things because for one thing, they don't need to be there. When something is in that's negative like that, it means it doesn't belong. It is foreign to you. Okay, it is hostile towards you. That needs to go. But then also, if there's appeasements that need to be made, or conditions that need to be met, or resolutions that to be made on the spiritual world, there are things in order to do that too. That's why we practice spiritualism. That's why we practice magic to bring into harmony with ourselves, bring ourselves in line with the spiritual world. So there are things that can be done, but you just need to know that you know there's a lot of things that you can do. We can talk about it. Like I said, you need to book an appointment with me to talk about these things, so that so I can give you a game plan. You need like a game plan, and
Not what
you
it
just
is.
need to keep your chin up for right now and just know that you're young. You're so young.
Yeah,
You might not feel that way. I know that you probably feel like you're an old soul, like you feel really, really old and everything like that. You know,
So
God, my soul is
exhausted.
worn out. But you're not. And as far as years are concerned, you got a long way to go. Just think, what would happen if you lived to be 80? What if modern medicine got so good that you would live to be 80? You know, next, however many years. So you
The
have
funny thing
to,
is, I actually want to listen because, like, most of the time I lost my gift and then I got it back. And now I'm just sitting here just wanting to listen, but at the same time, when I actually did, the first thing that happened was it wasn't anything that I wanted, which is okay, but it was just a bad dream. And the fact that I felt guilty about something, then I needed to look outside. And when I looked outside, I found something waving at me. And then I actually caught it on camera, and it was a man, and he was waving at me. He wanted me to know he was there.
okay, well, that sounds like a really, really big spiritual experience. I can't interpret what that means for you because let's talk about dreams now. We have to move on to another subject matter, honey. I love you,
No, that's
Kelsey,
fine.
to death, but we
Oh,
need to
no,
stop.
that's
We're going to
fine.
move on
That's
to
fine.
some other topics. Let's talk
Okay.
about dreams
Okay.
because we need to examine dreams for a second. I'd like
Oh,
to
well, I
tell
would
you a
love
little
to
bit
understand
about
that.
what?
Right.
I said I would love to understand that.
The dreams?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Dreams are there's dreams for me mean two different things. They're either ways that your self is trying to process through negative experiences. Dreams are either a way of you trying to process through negative experiences. It's like think about your subconscious as just a dumpster. And when you're having a nightmare, it's like that dumpster gets set on fire. You know, all of the garbage that's in your subconscious it comes up. It just, throws up into your conscious awareness. And so you get all of these weird dreams. That's not necessarily a bad thing. That's your self's way of trying to resolve the problem or the situation or resolve the trauma.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is it might be a spiritual message. Or it could mean that there's something spiritually attacking you if you're having nightmares. Now, if you're having nightmares or you're having bad experiences with dreaming, the kind of things that you want to do is you want to set up wards and protections around your home. You want to put up wards and protections around your bed. That means, like we said before, like putting some obsidian or other healing property rocks and minerals around your bed that are going to ward off or deflect negative energy, or then the other thing is keeping your home clean. I said this before. I don't know why I'm this whole thing about cleaning your house. Clean your house, keep your home clean, say your prayers, don't let negative people trek through your house. Try to keep your doors closed except for the people that are the most important to you, that you trust. Like, no one that you don't trust should ever walk through your door, ever, period, ever, never. Person that you don't trust should never cross your doorstep, period. That is a rule in the magical world. We just don't do that. We don't allow that to come into our house.
No house parties.
Yeah.
No
No,
ragers.
no, we're
No
not
ragers.
not
No
having house parties.
My husband thinks it's weird that I don't like to invite complete strangers in my house. I was like, oh, hell no.
Well, so yeah, inviting people that you don't know or people that you might be hostile towards or become hostile towards you, or that you don't trust, aren't necessarily the best people to bring into your house, because every single person that comes in with everything that's stuck to them, every single attachment to them. And if they show up in a better environment and they think, wow, this environment is even better than last environment, they're going to, guess what? They're going to stick around. They're not going to leave. And that person's going to leave feeling great. And they're going to walk out of there and they will have lost this spiritual attachment. And you will feel horrible and feel worse, because now you're just collecting spirit attachments like Pokemon to just kind of float around your house. It's just like that. Am I right, Ashley?
Yep.
It's just like that. It's not more complicated than that. We don't have to make the spiritual world a complicated place. And so when you've got all those negative spirits around you, what happens, it's okay, Diane, if you can make it back, you can make it back. If you're having a lot of nightmares and dreams and a lot of disturbed sleep, it means there's spiritual energies that are around you, or energies that are around you that are not vibing with you, that are that you need to like separate yourself from. But like, how about this, okay? But you live with God, is a show alcoholic, drug addict. He's got problems. He's got problems with his family. He's got all these issues. And you're sleeping beside this person every single night, and you're a motherfucking empath. So every single thing that person dreams affects you. That person's spiritual entities, or what's attached to him, is going to be rubbing up against you and your people at night. You need to think about yourself like an egg. Think about, like, when you crack open an egg, you got the yolk and you got the white part. You need to think about the innermost part of your energetic body being like the yolk, and then the rest of you being like the white part of the egg. It expands beyond the yolk, okay, as a protective barrier of protection, that slimy stuff, Just pretend you got a bowl, and you take 2 eggs and you crack them and you throw them into a bowl. Well, they're laying side by side with one another. Now let's take 2 or 3 more eggs. That's 2 or 3 more spirits in the room. Let's crack those eggs open and put that in the bowl. So what happens eventually is all of that emulsifies. And now you've just got this eggy goop. It's all runny. Everything is all mixed together.
Yeah.
And that is not that is not a good
Conducive. It's not
that's not a good
conducive
thing.
to anything.
I've literally sat a friend down and been like, "You can't come in my house until like we're not getting in your car and we're not driving to my house until I fucking cleanse you." Like,
Yes.
you're not coming in my
Same.
house.
There's people that I know that have been like, "Oh, I want to come over to your house," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, yeah, you know, I'm super busy. You know, when I get everything in order, I'll let you know." They're ever.
Mhm.
There are people who are never coming into my house. They might say, "Oh yeah, well, you know, when I'm all set, you know, I'm super busy this month. You know, I'll be back next month. You know, or maybe we can try again." People that I don't want walking through my home never will show up, and eventually they'll get the idea that I don't want them here, and they'll leave me alone. Because you have to be a special person to literally cross the threshold of my welcome mat. Matter of fact, if you show up with bad intentions, the spirits that I work with will let you know real fucking fast that you're not welcome there. Yes. So dreams are important because they tell you something about what's going on in the spirit, in your spiritual life. Let's just call it your spiritual life. And let me tell you something. I used to be with this girl. I loved her very, very much. We spent 7 years together. And it was a really gut-wrenching relationship full of ups and downs, and it was very, very, very dramatic. And we eventually broke up, and it put me in the hospital. It like made me sick. I really got physically ill from being in the relationship because of the stress I was under. And I had a lot of nightmares when I was with her, when I was sleeping beside her. For some reason, my nightmares got really violent and more intensely violent. And what I realized about this person over time was that they were like really not well. They were dealing with a lot of emotional, mental, and behavioral health problems. They even admitted to wanting to commit murder against someone that they worked with. Not okay. They said it with a straight face sitting on the side of the bed. And I was like, yo, what are you talking about? You can't talk like that. You can't say that. What do you mean? And like literally the words that were coming out of their mouth is about how they were going to go buy an instrument, you know, and take it into work and all of this. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You can't talk about this stuff. What's wrong with you? Possessed, some kind of spiritual entities definitely attached to that person, like really, really, really bad. And I couldn't save them. I couldn't help them.
You know,
And
Solomon,
eventually I had to walk away. Hey, Summer. Anyway.
The girl who got me into Solomonic magic, same thing. I think I told you about her before. I was like, we dated different versions of the same woman. I have never experienced sleep paralysis in my life until I slept in the bed with her. And then it was every single fucking night, wake up, couldn't breathe, felt like I would have to wake myself up to be able to breathe. There would be shit.
How do you fix that?
Like standing over
You get rid of the person.
staring at me. Yes, I got rid of the person and all of my sleep problems immediately resolved.
Yes.
No.
Seriously, for real.
Yes.
I've been in 2 relationships.
Sleep in separate bedrooms if you're not going to get rid of them.
I've been in 2 relationships, and both times I was in the relationship with 2 different people. I had different dream experiences with both people. That whole what Bells just talked about, sleeping with somebody and having sleep paralysis every night, that happened to me when I was in my early 20s with someone that I was with for 6 years. I was experiencing sleep paralysis and all kinds of weird, creepy jeebies sleeping with this person every single night until I left, and then I never had another one again. And I got with the girl and started having these really explosive nightmares, a lot of blood, a lot of violence, a lot of zombies, like Chainsaw Massacre level, really horrible horror dreams. Never had dreams like that before. And then then we broke up, and then all of that stuff went away. You become energetically and entangled with whoever you're with and wrapped up with mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. That's just it. When you break the tie that binds, when you remove and you put space in between you and that person, you still might experience negativity. because that shit is still intertwined with you on some level until it breaks, until it goes away, until it literally either fades or breaks.
Yeah. But what if you were okay with that person suffering, and if you were okay with that person's hurt, and that person's hurt is only created by somebody else's madness, and you
I
were
don't know
the
what you
only
mean. Can you
person?
be more
What do
clear?
you mean?
That person's hurt. Okay, let's say my fiance, his kids got taken away because his baby mama was a drug addict,
Okay.
and he tried to get his kids back. He got one at a moment. They wanted to play with him, see how good it felt to get. And I was with. We had him for about. I got the flu. I work a lot, and they came in. The house wasn't equipped for. I was sick for a very long time, and she came in at a wrong time. I wasn't saying the house wasn't filthy. The house wasn't dirty. The house wasn't anything, but she actually quickly fired after she came and collected him, saying he was an unfit father. She got
Okay,
fired
but
probably 2 weeks after.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry if anybody wanted to stitch in. That's fine. I don't have
I
any.
still don't understand what you're talking
I'm
about.
just,
I'm
yeah,
still really confused. I think what you
me
said
too.
was that your fiance, and I just want to tell you, please don't marry this person. The
Yeah.
fiance that you're with has kids. They got taken away, and then one kid came back for a period of time, and then they came and took him away, and that person that took the
I
kid
was
away,
with
they
him.
lost their job.
No, I was with him at the moment when he got his kid back.
Right.
They took him away because I got sick and I couldn't provide.
Oh, you're talking about they took the fiance away.
No,
They took the kid away.
they could. So his mama was let's say if she
So this
wasn't,
is let me tell you something, honey. This is a Jerry Springer show. This is I can't keep
yeah,
we
it
can't
really
keep
was.
coming. I just want you to know I like you, but we can't keep coming around to your problems
That's
because
just
my live is
fine.
not a place for people to just dump their shit.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
No, I need to keep
Yes, sir.
conversation going in a forward direction, and a backward direction is talking about this person that you really need to kick out of your house and move on from. But I don't want to talk
After
about
6
that
years,
anymore because the people that are in the room, they want to hear spiritual stuff and stuff that's going to inspire them. They don't want to
I'm
hear
sorry.
about, yeah.
Fine, well,
Do you see what I'm saying?
sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'll keep my mouth shut.
What you need to do is start attracting more positivity into your life.
I would love to.
Elevating yourself, elevating your consciousness, and not agreeing to living a life that you're not that your soul isn't aligned with. So let me get back to talking about dreams. The
Yes,
point
sir.
is that when you're an empath, you're going to pick up crap everywhere you go. You can pick it up at work. You can pick it up off the people that are around you, which is why toxic family members and toxic partners are the absolute worst to deal with when you're an empath, because there is no boundary between you two. Energetically, there is no boundary. You're going to be energetically tied to that person and everything that comes along associated with that person. Let me say that again for all the motherfuckers in the back that weren't listening to me. When you become energetically entwined, or you have this, what did I call it a minute ago? When you become energetically bound or tied with another person in your life, you are taking on all of the stuff in their life, not just them. You're taking on all of the stuff that comes along with that person, because that person actually isn't anything more than all of their experience dealt with. That's what you're taking on. And just like your mama said, be careful who you sleep with, because you will sleep with every single person that person slept with. I know if you're old enough to remember that. We say, and that's actually kind of true. Okay. Because once you mix, gravy and eggs with somebody, that shit, there's an energetic connection that doesn't ever go away. You create a particular kind of connection with somebody, okay? So whenever you sleep with somebody, you're sleeping with them and you're sleeping with everybody that they've slept with. And if you allow this person into your home and you give them the license to make it their home, every single thing that that person has becomes part of your life. You become entangled. That's the word. Energetically entangled. So that problems that are happening in that person's life on the spiritual level also become your problems on the spiritual level. They might not be, you might never come into contact with the mother. Okay, let's say you're in a relationship with this guy, but the relationship he has with his mother is really fucked up. Okay? So you're in this relationship with this guy. You've never met this bitch. But for some reason you feel like you want to kill her anyway. And then you start dating this person and they're coming over and you guys are like, it's Saturday night and you're getting ready to smoke weed and you're getting ready to watch Netflix and then you're going to fuck around afterwards. And then he gets a bzz, 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 bzz on the phone and he looks at it and he's like, oh, it's my mom. I got to text her back. What? 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 Why don't normal motherfucking people, why don't people realize that that is not okay? That's, oh my God. There's called emotional maturity, being able to live your own life, being able to take care of yourself, being able to have privacy. Privacy and private time with your partner literally means that there are no phones. And you're not looking at your text messages and you're not sitting around on Facebook side by side on the couch. It means you're like actually interacting with people as human beings. People have forgotten how to interact with other human beings. But like, obviously, if this person has got all kinds of problems with their mother and that mother energy is coming into your life, well, now it's going to affect your sleep. It's going to affect your mood. Worse than anything, it's going to affect your mood. And then it could create bigger problems in your life. Because if you marry this guy, now you're married to the mother too. So just remember, every single relationship that you have creates an entangled relationship between you and everything that comes along with that person. If they work at Dunkin' Donuts, all the people's problems at Dunkin' Donuts also become your problems. By extension,
Preach.
I'm telling you that's what I'm trying to say. Like, think about all of your connections. Sit down and make a list, okay? Sit down and make a list of all of the places in your life, all the people in your life, all of the actions that you're taking in your life, and ask yourself the question, what am I attracting to myself? Because if you go to the bar and you're only going to the bar and that's where you want to meet all your friends, and when you go to the bar, like, you're trying to quit smoking, but everybody smokes, so you end up smoking anyway, and everybody's drunk at the bar, and so you drink with them and you hang out with them, and then all of a sudden you become a bar person, and when the weekend rolls around, you're a Friday, Saturday night drunk and a Sunday recovering person. Then you get up on Monday and you go back to work, but you've got this cycle now. You've put yourself in this energetic cycle. That's cumulative activity. Up and acts on your consciousness cumulatively. Like, anyone who comes to a point of psychotic break, or anyone who comes to a point of like a spiritual crisis, bitch, no, that shit didn't just come out of nowhere. It always makes me laugh when I'm doing a spiritual consultation and they're like, and it hit me out of nowhere. I'm like, no, you just really were not paying attention to anything in your life. Because if you were paying attention to your life, you would have realized that that shit show was ripe to get ready to happen. Do you see what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to be a victim blamer. What I'm saying is that be conscious of the kind of energy that you are trying to pull into your life. Make sure that the energy you're pulling into your life is clean. Make sure that, and I don't mean clean like morally. I'm not talking about good or bad, because This is not about good or bad. I say clean and dirty in the sense that, like, you don't want your toilet to be with shit smeared all over your bathroom. You know, if I walked into someone's bathroom and literally there was shit smeared down the wall and no one had cleaned the toilet, I would be disgusted, because that shows, one, that the person doesn't care about themselves. They don't love themselves. That's the worst part of that. The second thing would be that disease and illness come along with that rot and that decay and that filth. And guess what? Rot and decay and filth on the spiritual world will also come around if you allow yourself to be spiritually stinky. Spiritually stinky. I'm going to write a book. It's going to be called Spiritually Stinky. Do you guys like that?
I do quite like that. And also, Ryan, your point makes me realize why I like this current person that I like so very much. And it's because, like, they do not tolerate negative energies in their life. They're just like, oh, you're goodbye kind of deal. And I'm just like, you know what? That's a great quality in a person. I think that is often overlooked.
Yep.
Is someone who is just like, this is bullshit, you're gone. Like, I'm not tolerating this.
Hold on. What is this person? But still, I want to know what the male constituents have to say, only because I do not see them. Why? Why do you have to see them?
Oh, they said something about why are there only women on your lives?
Why you catch all the ladies, Ryan?
Yeah, Ryan.
Why
Or
are
you
we
haven't
women?
seen my Twitter.
Yeah. I don't know.
Let me make everybody blush for a second. No, the reason why is I have men up here all the time. Robert is usually in here. He's not in here. Storm comes up sometimes. Derek and Ben come in. There are plenty of men that come in here. Why are you so concerned about the genitalia of the people sitting in my room? Don't you have anything else better to do?
I'm so confused why
I have no
matters.
idea what this person's problem is. Get out of here. Go. Shoot. Go somewhere else. Yes, men matter. Of course they do. I'm a man, and I'm sitting here telling everybody what a man thinks. I am the male voice of this conversation, and there are 4 women to also speak up and keep this man in check and give me their opinion. But no one said anybody didn't matter. Everyone matters.
I think this person might be either having a keyboard malfunction or a...
No, they're just like a troll. I don't know.
Yeah, critical thinking malfunction.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to say mental illness. I'm going to block them, unfortunately. The thing is that mental illness is real, and what I've learned to do is just block people immediately, because of the fact that I used to think that these people that got in my lives and talk shit, I used to think that they were like me, like people with critical thinking skills. They're not. So I literally have to block them, because usually they've got some kind of mental illness or problem, or maybe they got nothing but get drunk and go TikTok and
What are you doing?
start shit. Okay. Anyway.
I really like what Belle said about, having someone in her life who just is like, know about the negative. Because that is something that I switched in my life. I don't know how many years ago, but it has made such an impact in my life, because I used to not be so particular about the people in my life. And I had negative friendships that brought so much drama, and it really brought me down. And I've changed that, where I have limited people in my life. And those people in my life are really high quality friendships, and people who I really trust. And they don't put up with bullshit either, or negative people. And it's such a better quality life. For real.
Yeah.
It really is. It really, really is.
I blame my parents, because they didn't my parents did not do me any services in life. They did not teach me healthy boundaries. A lot of the problems that I have had in life could have been fixed if my father and my mother were people who had healthy boundaries themselves. But unfortunately, I was raised in a family that had very loose boundaries when it came to interacting with one another, and also interacting with people on the street. And so no one ever taught me that I needed to protect my energy. No one ever taught me that I needed to protect myself, or that I needed to... No, I was like a doormat for the first look, I'm not going to lie. For like the first 29 years of my life, I was a pushover. I did everything everybody told me to do. And then I turned 30. I completely rebelled and I was like, fuck you and everyone else. I am not listening to a goddamn thing anyone has to say anymore. My word is the last word. We're going to do this my way. I'm not going to allow people to tell me what to do. And my life got better.
That's so crazy that you say that because I'm 29 right now. Yeah. So like that's been my entire year so far is me leaning into the fuck them. Like fuck you. Like I don't need this. I don't have to take this. I don't have to be talked to like this. Like if you're not treating me nicely, you don't have to see me at all. You can just go. Like that kind of energy. Yeah.
The younger
what
you
we're
start,
at.
the better. The younger you
A
start, the better.
baby. A baby.
Yes.
Baby.
Yep. Babies.
I'm always happy when I see younger people who have
Yep.
strong boundaries
Yep.
because
Definitely.
people will criticize people
Mhm.
with strong boundaries saying they're unfriendly.
No.
They'll say stuff like, you know,
Saturn return at 29 has us all like never again.
yeah, that is right. Isn't that when Saturn comes back around? Around that time? All I know is that my life was just at 30 a shit show mess and it needed to get fixed.
I've had these moments over the last
Mine
couple of
happened
years
at
where
30.
I'm suddenly like, oh shit, I know who I am now. And I've really started to stand up for myself and just kick people out who are, you know, using me and don't want the best for me, and people really don't like it. Like, really don't like it.
I'm so happy to hear that, Lauren. That makes me so happy.
I've gotten over people not liking me. Oh well.
Including people that live with me.
Yeah. Here's the fast way to find out whether or not the person you're with or the people that are around you are toxic or not. This is for everybody who thinks that they may be an empath or thinks that they're witchy or feels spiritual in some kind of way or feels like they can't trust their own judgment about whether or not the people around them are toxic. Hear what I have to say. Set a boundary between you and everybody around you. Create a boundary. That is for you. It's something special for you. It doesn't include anyone else. And it requires a boundary. It requires a certain amount of space, either emotionally, mentally, spiritually, or physically. Set up a healthy boundary for yourself. The people who are toxic in your life will immediately have a visceral response to you setting a healthy boundary between you and them. And it will be, why are you doing this to me? Why are you treating me this way? Yes, literally my ear just like totally rang. Like someone just like a gong. Like really? It was like somebody literally just went gong right in my ear. I don't know what the point of that was. But is there an echo? I don't hear an echo. Does anybody hear an echo? Okay.
I don't.
I don't know what I was saying. I forgot. Obviously, it wasn't that important.
It was about boundaries.
Boundaries.
Yeah, putting up a boundary. Right. See, I'm having cognitive decline. I'm 43, but I'm like, I don't know. It's my brain is like, maybe it's because I'm not getting enough sleep. I literally forget about what I'm talking about halfway through a sentence, and I'm like, I don't even know what I'm talking about right now. Create a healthy boundary between you and other people. Well, Lisa, go out of the room and come back in. I'm not referring to you again. Create a healthy boundary between you and other people. And if that boundary offends anyone in your life, then you need to think about whether or not they need to be there or not. Period.
Like
that means you have to tell them to leave.
This life has been speaking to me.
Have we been speaking to you?
Yeah, I've been like, at certain points, I've been like, yeah, all this sounds very familiar. I'm such a pushover.
Well, being a pushover is not a good thing. I mean, because here's the thing, like we feel like as pushovers and people who are really empathic and people who are very intentionally nurturing because we just come into this world to be nurturing, we always feel bad about ourselves when we have to say no to other people, and we feel bad about ourselves when we stand up for ourselves or say, I don't like being treated this way. I don't want to be treated this way anymore. And it's kind of difficult to set up a boundary with someone that didn't have a boundary with you because they always feel resentment about it. Like if you
Always.
break up with me, we're not fucking anymore. How about that? How about oh my goodness, I'm not trying to, did I strike a nerve anywhere?
No, it's fine. Everything's been striking me tonight. It feels like tonight I feel like I'm in a room full of ping pong balls, and they all keep coming around and hitting me in the face.
I just have a story. I have a story to tell you about boundaries,
Okay.
and you guys are gonna love it. So, okay. So when I was working, and she was that one who was like, I work 17-hour days, but she never did. It was like one of the, you know what I mean? I don't even have to explain it. But anyways, she blasted me one time over Facebook over something. It was the stupidest thing. And the next day I went to work and there was this little tiny cauldron mug sitting on my little workstation. And it had like a bath bomb in it and everything. And I was like, this is weird. Who's this from? It's from that girl. So I was like, okay, I accepted it. And then the next time, it was like 3 months later, she went on Facebook again, and I was sick. It was like, I don't know, it wasn't COVID, but she thought it was or whatever. And she like told me it was my fault that she had to work all these hours, and she blamed me for her having to pick up all these shifts and blah, blah, blah. Like totally told me off on Facebook. Then I was like, are you kidding me? I reported her and everything. A week later, went to work. My boss says, there's a gift in the office for you, she says. And I was like, who's it from? Guess. I look and it's this giant gift bag with a giant Santa Claus on it. Merry Christmas, ho, ho, ho on it. And I was like, I don't want it. And she was like, I beg your pardon? I said, I don't want it. I said, she's a manipulator. I said, and I don't want it. And then she was like, well, this is awkward. So this gift sat there for about 3 weeks, and everybody walked by it, and everybody knew that she told me off and tried to buy me off again, buy my friendship. And I was
Yeah,
like,
that
no,
sounds
no,
like toxic narcissism.
called it as it was, and I was like, nope, I'm not taking it, thank you. What's that teaching her? You can't treat me this way.
Let me
You give
tell
me
you
a
about
gift.
let me tell you about the kind of narcissism that bothers me. It's the people that like to chip away at you one little thing at a time. One little thing at a time. It's one little thing. It's people that do things that they know are triggering to you, but they do it anyway. Even after you tell them, please don't do that. I don't like it. If somebody continues a behavior, I don't know why we have to have these conversations with one another. If somebody continues producing a behavior that you have specifically said, I don't like that behavior, I don't like that pattern of speech, I don't like that, could you please change that, or at least not do that when you're around me? If that person refuses to change their behavior, fuck that person. They need to get out of your life immediately. Immediately.
Literally. That made everybody feel so uncomfortable. They were like, Diane, just take the gift. Just take it. I was like, you take it.
Yeah. Well,
What is that teaching her?
no, you should have tell the janitor to throw it in the garbage next time he comes through.
I think she ended up taking it. And then they did like a gift, like a Secret Santa thing, and she literally drew my name, and everybody was like, "Oh, let's do that again." It was like a whole awkward thing, but I was like, "No, I will not be treated that way." And you need to teach people. And what I did at that moment is I taught all my coworkers that I will not be treated that way.
Yeah, but see, we have a problem in this. We have a problem where this is a cultural thing, and I'm going to try not to get canceled, okay? I don't
Yeah.
want to get bananaed tonight. But for some reason, we live in a culture now where a group believes that we should, for some reason, be tolerant towards people who are absolutely insane and mentally ill and having behavioral and mental health problems, that we should, like, in some way, shape, or form, tolerate this kind of behavior. No. There's nowhere anywhere does it say that you have to tolerate or put yourself around any particular kind of person that you don't want to. You can live however you want in this world. Literally. Engage
Especially the
in
hot and
world that you
cold
want.
and the pull back and push away thing. You can't do that. You can't do that to yourself with people and surround yourself with people who are going to do that to you.
Not even online. Don't even take it
No,
online. Don't even look at it on
no.
TikTok. If you get on TikTok and you open it up and it's somebody bitching and moaning, complaining and creating drama and all kinds of negativity, block the motherfucker and move on. I want when I open up my TikTok app, I want to see goats and I want to see people that make like interesting Mexican food and women with big titties. I have like 3 things that I want to see when I open up
Ryan, you're
TikTok.
such a mood.
Boobs, goats, and like Mexican
Goat
food.
food.
Do you know
Boobs,
what I'm
goats,
saying?
and
I have
food.
very specific interest I'm on TikTok to watch.
Hmm.
And I
Noted.
don't
It's all
want to see
vibrational frequency.
anything else. I'm sorry, I just had to say that. I'm serious. I'm tired
Good
of seeing
stuff.
this shit on TikTok. This witch talk drama. I don't know anything that's going on this app. I don't want to know.
Mm-mm.
I don't, because if you like, because I used to be in this. See, I'm telling you this because I used to be in this cycle. It is a vicious cycle. You get on the round. It's like a carousel. If you follow Witch Talk, you will realize it's the same bad actors, like 20 of them.
Ridiculous.
Regurgitating themselves all over Witch Talk with this bad behavior.
The
And
ones that I love is the ones that they have to go take a break. And I need to go take a break because I've had enough. And they're the ones who cause the most drama on Witch Talk. And they have to take a break for a few days. And they're back in 2 hours making a video
Yeah.
about
It's
some
because
other
they're
type
not
of
getting their
drama that
narcissistic
they're.
supply.
Yeah.
Thankfully,
It's
I don't know
hilarious.
any of them.
It's hilarious. It's so funny.
I do live for
I
the
don't
extinction
know any of
posts,
that.
though, when they freak out because like everyone is against them, and then there's
We obviously watch
It
them.
is.
I
It
just
is very funny.
stopped.
Stop getting involved.
I
Yeah.
stopped because I feel like what they talk about is just silliness. It's just foolishness. It has absolutely nothing to it become. But you know what? Let me tell something to everybody who's a witch and pagan people. It's always been, as long as I could possibly remember. The occult community has always been a bunch of people that fight with one another, bicker with one another, complain at one another, trying to kill each other, curse each other's bloodlines,
Right.
hex each other, knock each other down the stairs, step on a rake.
I went into a local metaphysical store, and I went in to shop. It was the first time I had ever gone into this particular store, and there's a coven that's tied to the store, and never gone in. Just like I said, I wanted to check it out, and it was so off-putting because the owner was there, with maybe like a co-owner or something, and they were talking so horribly poorly about members of the coven. It was awful. It was horrible. It was like live Witch Talk drama, and I first last step foot into that store again. It was awful how bad it was. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely very prevalent in the community, even off this app. But yeah, I mean,
I don't know that that's
I-
necessarily just in y'all's community. I think that because I have it even in mine. So I think that it's just neutrally across the board. It's in
Yeah.
everything.
mhm.
It's in
Oh, yeah,
everyone.
Well, you're talking about spiritual, right? You're talking
Yeah.
about spirituality. Well, see, the thing is that spirituality attracts people who are wounded and need healing. And a lot of those people have a lot of mental and behavioral health problems. We
Very
attract
true.
a lot of people who need healing. That's
Very true.
why.
Very true.
But when you hand somebody a cell phone and an app like TikTok and you give that to everyone, then that's when everything starts going awry. You know, not everybody should be able to get on TikTok.
Mm-mm.
I personally live for the Nolans Witch smackdowns.
What is
When
I
that?
haven't.
The
I
New
don't.
Orleans, when New Orleans witches get into a smackdown with each other, that's
Oh,
just
really?
like chef's kiss. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to come to NOLA and see you.
You will,
I didn't know
yeah.
you were that close.
Ashley, if you don't mind sleeping in my office, you can even stay at my house. Like, I don't care.
That'd be awesome. I didn't know you were so close.
Yeah, I'm literally in the city.
Okay.
Aren't they having HexCon soon, or is it like happening? Like,
Yeah, they're having HexCon, yeah.
yeah, isn't that coming up very soon?
I would
now?
never go to a witch
Oh, it
event
must be
like that,
insane. Too many
ever.
people.
Never.
Way too many people for me.
It's the egos. It's like you can't walk in the room without bumping into somebody's ego, someone's astral ego.
Mm-mm.
And I
How do you
realize
protect
that,
It's true.
I mean, I realize that I'm extremely arrogant. It's not like I don't wake up every morning and look at my big white fucking face in the mirror and see what everyone else sees, which is this guy with a loud mouth who is extremely opinionated.
Is
I
there a
get it.
protection for that? So,
Is there a what?
a protection for that?
Against people like me? Yeah, don't interact with me. Just block me. It won't hurt my feelings.
There's somebody that I've been having, I don't even know, but they'll go and talk, they'll like literally talk about me and stuff to other people because they read cards and they think that they should be the only one to read cards, and it's like the whole thing. And my whole thing is we all heal differently. We all read differently, and we should all like it's all abundant. We shouldn't be fighting over clients. Like that's so stupid.
Look, let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you something right now.
Like it makes
Okay?
no sense to me.
Let me tell
I
you
don't
something.
understand my mentality. Yeah.
You see this? This is a pack of tarot cards.
Yeah.
I could take these tarot cards and I could throw them in the air. I could throw
Yeah.
them up in the air and they could land on the ground, however they land. I would still be able to read those cards because I'm an oracle, I am a diviner, and I'm a medium. I guarantee you, if I walked over all of those cards, I could pick the 5 cards that were for you. There is no right and wrong way to read oracle cards. There is no right or wrong way to read tarot cards. There is no wrong or right way to communicate with your guardian angel or your spirit guides or your ancestors. No one can tell you how to do that. That is no one's motherfucking business about whether or not you read reverse cards or whether or not you read them face up or how you shuffle them or whether or not someone gave them to you or whether you bought them, keep them in a wood box, whether you keep them in a silk bag. I mean, really, people, get back in your motherfucking lane. Worry about yourself. Do your own thing. What I do doesn't affect you, not unless you actually come and pay me my $75 to sit there and get a reading and let me, read you to filth with them. There's no reason for you to have an opinion about how I read these. So it always makes me laugh when I see other people trying to tell other people what they can say. If it's not popular, I still put self-expression and freedom of speech and the ability for people to say what they want, even if they're wrong. Even if they're wrong, everyone still has the right to say whatever it is they're going to say, and they will find some area of the internet to say it on. But what I'm saying is that witches trying to tell other witches how to practice need to shut the fuck up, is what I'm trying to say.
So than that, but that's okay. But like seriously, you're
What
bang
language?
freaking on. Like water your own grass, right? Stop watching everybody else's grass grow. Water your own grass. That's my whole mind mentality. But they're not though. They're like watching my grass grow and like not watching their grass grow. And I feel it. And everybody is always like if I get like, because I have a lot of friends that are like me and they're like, you need to watch out. Like there's somebody, and I'm like, yeah, you think? I feel it. Like I literally feel the energy. So how do you protect yourself from that?
How do you protect
I've
yourself?
done everything I possibly can, and this person keeps popping up. I don't know.
You need when you need to block. If you're telling me that there is a person that is harassing and bullying you, doing harassing and bullying
Behind the
you,
scenes, though, not to my face, behind the scenes.
you block them on social media. You don't see them, nothing like that. You need. Okay, so here's the thing. Any single connection you have to that person needs to be cut out. So if they're a friend of a friend, you need to cut off your friend. Anything, it sounds like this is what people don't get. If you are being harmed in some kind of way, you have every goddamn right to step out of the line of fire, and that means removing that person and anybody associated with them that is going to keep you connected to their energy.
Yeah.
So like if you're
Yeah,
telling me
it's like an
you don't,
energetic
but you're telling me that
attack.
there's this person that's after you, but you don't actually come into contact with them. So I'm wondering, how are you coming into contact with them? How are you hearing about this shit if you don't
So my
talk to them?
clients will come to me and they'll say she
And then
she
what
was
you say to your
messaging me and said
clients,
this and that.
you say to your
Mhm.
clients, don't ever bring that bitch's name up in a reading with me ever again.
Okay.
I don't like that
That's what I've
person.
started. Yeah, that's what I've started doing.
I don't like that person and they don't like me and they've got a lot of opinions about me and their opinions about me don't matter. And guess what else? Their feelings about me also don't matter. And
Yeah.
since their opinions and their feelings about me don't matter, you don't ever have to bring them up again. And if that client brings them up again, you never take that client again. Baby, what don't you understand about get rid of the filth
Mhm.
out of your life?
Mhm. Well, that's what I've done all that, right? But she's still like I feel like she's still doing it. Like I feel it. I don't know if that
Why are
makes
you
sense
letting
to
her
you.
bother you? Why are you giving her that
I don't
much
know.
space in your head?
But
Why
it's
are you
just
giving
my
her
energy.
airtime on my show? On my
That's
Hollywood
true.
Squares? I'm getting mad just hearing about it. I'm getting mad just hearing about it. I'm like, wait a minute. Now, how did that bitch's
I just
problems
wanted to know
become
if
my
there was a
problems?
spell
Do you
or
see what I
something on
mean,
this
people?
person.
Did I not just give you a perfect example of
Yeah.
how we become
Yeah.
everybody stuff?
Yeah. I'm just gonna pull Orion. We're just gonna call it pull Orion. That's what I'm gonna do.
Absolutely. And if
Thank you.
that doesn't work, show up at her house and beat the living shit out of her.
No.
Yep.
Oh. Now I'm going to get taken down for violence.
And you're canceled.
Yes, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I did. But I mean, sometimes people just need to have their ass whooped.
I don't know if
I'm
I
just saying. I mean, really, like, do you want to be a push? I feel like
What's that?
you guys know that I'm a sex worker. That's what I do for a living, and I'm very proud of it. I work in the erotic and adult entertainment industry, and being in my industry requires you not to give a fuck about what anybody thinks about you or what anybody says about you or other people's opinions about you. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. So when I tell people that you absolutely must charge and must get paid for your time, that's coming from someone who really knows what it means to charge for time.
Mm-hmm. I upped my ratings too. I followed your advice. I did.
Yes. Excellent.
And
Wonderful.
I didn't even explain myself or nothing. I was just like, price change.
Price change. And if they don't want to pay it, they'll find somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everybody was in agreement. They were like, that's cool. Good for you. It's about time. And everybody who told me that it's about time you did it. So
I've got something else, Diane, for you. This is a good one, okay? Because this came to me today. I was talking to somebody who also is having issues around charging people for their work. And I'm talking about someone who is really extremely talented, spiritual, has a lot to offer the world, and is giving a lot of things away for free. This is what I said to her. Every time you make a TikTok, you're doing spiritual work for free. Every time you make a YouTube video, or something spiritual, every time you make spiritual posts on Facebook or you share yourself spiritually online, you are working for free. That is free work right there. Not doing the readings for people, not consulting people. And if you allow people to come to you to get spiritual consultation and you give them spiritual consultation and they walk away from the spiritual consultation and what they follow your advice and it works. and their life gets better, you have incurred a debt on that person to you, and that person at some point in time will have to pay that energy back one way or another in some lifetime, if not this life, in a future life. So do you want to have a whole bunch of people walking around on the street that owe you something karmically? If you don't want to create debt for the people that come to you, you charge. So that when your time is over, you disconnect from that person and you walk away, and there's no energetic connection between you and them.
Okay, that makes sense. And that's the same with spell work. When you do spells for people, you would charge like a low
Anything
fee.
that somebody asks me to do for them spiritually that requires me to break a sweat or lift a finger, I'm going to charge for.
Okay.
My spirits will not allow me to work for free. But the spirits I work with don't work for free. Like I live in a reciprocity. I live in a relationship with spirit that is based on a reciprocity. I help you, you help me. We're helping each other. We're all trying to elevate together. We're trying to get to the destiny together for those people that are walking with me and that have stuck with me the past 43 years of my life. But every single thing you do for another person, you should charge, and it should be reasonable. You know, don't charge exorbitant rates, but don't do anything for free, because you remember, because you are always losing if you're doing something for somebody else, if they don't pay you for the supplies. Like when I see people who are like, they cast spells for people, I'm like, bitch, you got a lot of money and you got nothing to do. When I see people casting magic and spells for free for people or doing things for free, I will do something for free for someone, but you got to be my friend. Like literally, we have to have some kind of like entanglement on a deep spiritual level. And I know that I'm here to help you and you're here to help me, and it would be reciprocal. And that if I needed work done, you would do it for me. But for just some random person or an acquaintance, absolutely not. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's about self-respect. You have to respect yourself. And here's the other thing for all the people out there who make deity oils and things like that. I see people who are like making Hecate oils and Oshun oils and Shango oils and all kinds of other like spiritual products, and you're giving them away for free. What does that tell the deities about how much you value them and value their name? Because you are slapping a god's name on your motherfucking deodorant or whatever the hell it is. Whatever it is you're selling, you're slapping a god's name on it. So you're going to give it away for free or charge $5? No, don't do that. If you get on Etsy and you see someone who's selling spiritual products, try to price yourself reasonably. If the most expensive oil someone's selling is like $50 for an ounce, and the cheapest oil someone is selling is like $5 for an ounce, then why don't you charge like $25? It's called being reasonable, and it's about not being, because every time you cast for someone, you have to get the materials in order to cast. So that means you're getting, okay, what is the card that came out? Bells, what is it? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah.
now you can hear me. It's the Fool.
Oh, that sounds right. Blabbermouth, right? Blabbermouth.
No, people don't understand. Like, one of the reasons why Mother is just like, please keep your name out please keep my name out your mouth when you're speaking to people, because I don't want to be bothered, is because like to say their name is to invoke them, to use their name is to invoke them, and no bitch want to be out here getting their oil sold for $2 to $5. Like, let's be real here.
Absolutely. It's disrespectful to the deity that you're saying you're working on behalf
of. We're talking to royalty like Poseidon, Hades, Persephone, Aphrodite. Like, no, like they'd be mad. They'd be mad. I'll
absolutely.
tell you right now, they'd be mad.
When you invoke a name of a deity or a divinity, you're invoking a consciousness. You're invoking consciousness into your space. So if you're like sitting and praying to a divinity while you're making your magical shit, and then you're going to get on Etsy and sell it for $5, I don't know. I would be very mad. If I would be offended, because if I died and became an elevated ancestor or a god, let's say, Ryan died and then Ryan goes to Godland and is a deity or turns into a divinity. And then you like make something and you call it Just Ryan, and it's like it's based off of my memory or whatever. And I come back and you're giving that shit away for free, bitch. I will bitch slap you so hard astrally. You do not even understand how angry I would be if you took my name.
So your friend. Yeah, I have
I
several
don't know
code
who Just
names.
an Angel is, but I'll let them up if.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Good day.
Hello?
How are you doing?
Fantastic.
Great. So why'd you come up? What did you want to share?
No, actually, I just got in here. I have nothing to share at the moment.
You know what? That's absolutely just fine. You can put yourself on mute and you can hang out in my little Hollywood square as long as you want because I love having people fill up my Hollywood squares.
On
Forever gonna be
the
Hollywood.
topic of like
Anybody else
making
want to fill up a square? There's three
making
free
oil,
squares.
like deity inspired things, right? When I'm doing stuff for my deities, they show the fuck up. They're like, hey, what you doing? And I'm like, I'm making you a thing. And they're like, okay, cool. And they help put their energy like into it. And I know a lot of other people who make products have like similar experiences when you're thinking about them a lot. A lot of times they'll be like, hey, what's going on?
Yep.
So to give that shit away for free to strangers is essentially just being like, oh yeah, that energy that you gave me and trusted me with, yeah, fuck it.
Yeah.
I mean, to do something really nice for someone, they should at least pay you for a cup of. They should at least give you enough money for a cup of coffee and a Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you something, and I say this before. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The same people that will complain about you charging money for doing a reading or for doing a spiritual working are the same people that will turn around and go to Victoria's Secrets the next day and spend $80 for a piece of silk string to go up their asshole. They will literally and buy all this garbage shit that they don't need. A new pair of shoes, a new watch. They got a new iPhone. They got the Apple Watch. They're doing all this stuff. They're making money. They say they're broke. They say they're poor, but they're always buying shit off of Amazon, and they don't have motherfucking $50 to pay you to get a reading. Get the fuck out of here. Where's your self-value? Do you not care about yourself? This is about valuing your time.
Magda came into my live and absolutely ripped me apart for what I was charging at the time. She came up, she was like, Bells, let me up into and I was like, oh God, okay.
People like
Literally,
TikTok
she
readings too, like
absolutely shredded me. And I was like, okay, I'll raise my price.
Yeah, I saw that you at first, Bells, you were charging like really low. I'm proud of you for upping the price. That was good.
even the TikTok lives. Do you do TikTok live readings? That's what I like, because I do the TikTok live readings, but I don't charge for those. And
Okay, well,
everybody's
you
like,
know
"You
what,
totally
honey? No,
should."
absolutely not. Never again. Never do anything for free because you're creating so much karmic debt for yourself. You don't realize how much debt you're
In
creating
the
for
way,
yourself.
okay, because I was looking at it as like developing my skills and making myself, you know what I mean? Like
Okay,
practicing.
so here's the thing.
Yeah.
Then whenever someone decides, okay, let's talk about being a reader. Hold on, let me get a sip of coffee because I do this for a living. So I'm going to share my tips with you about being a reader. If you have been reading for yourself and you're inspired, you've got a flash of light, the Holy Spirit came down and descended upon you like a dove and told you it was time to get on TikTok and start reading people's cards. Say a donation, I will, pull a card. You want to give me $1? Give me $1 on Cash App, Venmo. You want to give me $5? Give me $5. You can make a donation, and whatever you donate will go towards my work and my continuing to progress on my spiritual path. And no fee is too little and no fee is too high. It's all based on your generosity. Okay, do that for like a month.
Okay.
After 30 days of doing by donation readings, set yourself to $1 a minute and do like 10-minute long readings. So like $10 for 10 minutes. I should be paid like a lot more than what I get paid. I charge $20 for 20 minutes to do a live reading because I can't talk to somebody for less than 20 minutes without getting out some good messages. And the other thing is that's crack whore pricing.
It is.
$1 a minute is crack whore pricing in the world of psychic mediums and readers. There are people that charge like $20 a minute to talk to them. Did you know that? There are people that charge $20, $30, $50 a minute to talk to them. I
think that John guy charges $5,000 or something an hour.
You know what? And that's fine because that's how much they value themselves. No one can put a value on your worth, okay? You determine your worth. I just happen to be, loose and I have low boundaries with people. So I'll be like, okay, $1 a minute, that's fine. It's not like I'm sucking dick. So yeah, I'll talk to you for $1 a minute. It's a different kind of energy. All right. So, come up, I'll talk to you for $1 a minute. I'll do like a couple of people, blah, blah, blah. After a couple of hours, I will, that guy took off as quickly as possible. See,
I noticed. I didn't even notice he was gone.
Yeah. That's hysterical. You know what's so funny? What's hysterical? I don't know. Maybe he'll come back. I don't know. What's so funny is that, like, I know how to clear a room, man, really fast.
You're like a walking vibe check, Ryan.
That was hysterical. So the point is that you don't need to do anything for free because guess what? Nothing is free. And when I say nothing is free, I mean that someone's going to pay for it. And if you don't pay for it karmically, if they don't pay for it karmically, you will. Someone has to pay the debt. Because in the law of karma, okay, and let me explain to you what karma means. If any of you don't know the traditional meaning of the word karma, it's cause and effect. You do something, you get something back. That's it. It's not, karma is not like the way the gods punish you. This is not like God punishing you for doing something you shouldn't have done. No, God takes a step back. God put this law of cause and effect in place so that people have the ability to learn from their own actions, to reap the benefits of their own actions. And that's how we learn. That's why reincarnation exists, because it's impossible for you to pay back all your karmic debts in one lifetime. They roll over like Motorola, like back in the day when you had to wait till 8 p.m. in order to like talk to your friend because you had unlimited minutes after 8 p.m. That's exactly what I mean. You're creating a karmic your entanglement with someone when you give them a reading. If you give them a reading and they walk away and their life gets better, yours could potentially get worse.
Right. Okay.
Let me say that again for everybody so you understand this principle, which is why I'm telling you. Because if you help fix someone's life and they benefit they siphon off of you some of your good karma, because you can actually give people some of your karma. You can gift someone good karma. That's a thing. You can actually say to God, please God, take some of my good karma and apply it towards this person's spirit, towards this person's soul journey so that it can increase the quality of their journey. And they will do that for you. The spiritual world will give some of your good karma to a person. But guess who it comes out? Guess whose pocket it comes out of? Comes out of
the
yours.
Hard fucking way, dude. I literally like 10 years later, I'm now just like, call back your power, Lex. Fuck 19-year-old you for doing this.
So,
yeah, that's not a joke.
Readings for friends who bring you gifts.
I do readings for friends. If there's an exchange of energy, how about this? If there's someone in my life that cares about me and loves me, and they're there for me and they're emotionally supportive of me, if they're having a problem, they don't have to ask. I'll be like, do you want me to put some cards down for you? I'll find out. Like, we can ask the spiritual world. I'm all about that. So I'm not saying, no, don't ever pick up your cards and shuffle them and put them down at any cost for free. What I'm saying is that when you're interacting with people that should be paying, they should be paying.
Yeah. Like with my friends, I know that if I pick up my deck and I'm just like, okay, let's unpack this. The next time I have a fucking mental breakdown, they're going to be there for me.
Right,
Like
there's an
they
exchange.
may not have cards. They may not have cards, but they will be there for me. Energy exchange, yeah.
You might have a friend and you might put cards down for them, but they bring you muffins, or they bring you a cup of coffee, or they take you to dinner, or like they text you back when you need some help. That's an exchange of energy. That's them knowing that what you do for them, they can't do for themselves. So there's an exchange. There's a role. All relationships have a give and take. Every relationship that you create, whether it's with someone who has a body or someone who doesn't have a body, an embodied and embodied embodied person and an unembodied person. Every single tie that you make with one of these entities or spirits or consciousnesses, you create entanglement with those people when you interact with them. It's just the law of karma, which is why you need to be really careful about making pacts with spirits, and you need to be really careful about making commitments and loyalties and because you're going to have to fulfill your commitments on the spiritual plane. The spirits are going to expect for you to fulfill your commitments unless you go back before them and you redraw those commitments and come to an agreement with those spirits about how you're going to interact with them. See, I live in a world full of spirits. I'm a spiritist. I practice magic. Spiritualism and spiritism is like my thing. So I see everything as contractual or by agreement. It has to be by my agreement. It has to be by their agreement. We have to agree on things, that things are going to go a particular kind of way.
That totally makes sense. So I also do readings on my group, but there's a lot of like energy exchange on the group with people on there. So I get what you're saying, but at TikTok, I feel like no, I should never do free ones on there again.
No, because they don't care. They will just use you. They just they have nothing to do, and they'll just take you for a ride. And here's the other thing. Someone who really needs help is going to pay for it, even if they don't have the money. Let me tell you from someone who's a professional, there are people who don't have money, but they'll come up with that $75 anyway, because they need to talk to everyone else to talk to about whatever particular problem magically or spiritually are in their life. Yeah. Because they value my opinion and because they value my mediumship skills. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much. Yes. I love all of my clients. I love everybody that comes to me. The people that come to me really come to me because they need help. They really need help. But you know what? If they went to see a doctor, they would have to also pay. And if they went to see a shrink, they would have to pay. And if they had to get a tooth pulled from a dentist, they would have to pay. And if they had to get their car fixed, they would have to take it to the shop, and someone who was a mechanic, they would have to pay a mechanic to fix their car. Like, we're not normal people who are not spiritualists are not in the business of doing what they do for work for free. They're not.
No.
So being a spiritual worker means just that. It is spiritual work. It is something that brings you income, because when you're talking to someone that doesn't need to be there, that's just, you're talking to them for free, I guarantee you there's someone out there that would have paid you $25 to get your advice because they really needed it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So when you allow people to come around and siphon your energy and your spirituality and your knowledge off for free, you're giving things away to people that don't deserve it. Jesus called it casting your pearls before swine. He said, don't cast your pearls before swine, because they don't care. They will turn around and they will trample all over it like animals. That is people. And I have found that to be 100% true 100% of the time. So if you're a spiritual worker, spiritual workers that really work love me, because they always like hearing this stop giving shit away for free message. But it's true. You don't need to give anything away for free. There should be something that you get on the other end of it. You know? So like, if you put out some cash, maybe you won't make $1,000, but maybe you'll get like a free trip to the Bahamas out of it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's got, everything is transactional for me. Thanks, Moon Eyes. I guess my ethics and my morality are just very different from other people's. I know that we live in a society, like I said earlier, that everyone's expected now to tolerate everybody else.
Am I muted? Am I quiet?
I can hear you.
Oh.
We live in a society now where everybody's expected to tolerate everybody else. Who said that? Whoever said we had to tolerate
No.
everyone? No. Or had to bend to the knee, bend at our knees to the will of any and every motherfucker that came around that needed to be treated some kind of way, in an entitled way.
Oh, I think I was muted. I said, I'm not sitting around for 2.5 hours telling women to leave their terrible exes alone for free. Because that's most of what I get are love readings.
Of course. It's so, and I'm so blessed because 99.9% of the time, the people that come to me are literally coming because they want spiritual work done, which is fantastic. People who want to like improve themselves spiritually. I don't get the people who are like, should I be with this person? Should I not? That happens, but like once every 6 months.
Yeah.
Well, because you set those boundaries. I was getting a lot of ones like that too until I started setting boundaries. And now I'm like, no, I'm not doing that.
I have, but let me tell you something. I do compatibility readings, and I got a really, really great spread. I'm not going to share it because obviously it's like it's one of my secrets, because it's a secret recipe. There's some things you don't share because they're your mystery, because you hold those mysteries and nobody else does. I have a reading that I do for someone who's interested in another person. It's a compatibility reading, and it's a mirror reading. It's literally when you lay down the cards, you are seeing what negative qualities that other person is going to pull out of that person.
Oh.
So if I was going to get into a relationship with someone and I'm interfacing with that person that I'm considering to be a romantic partner or someone that I want to be in a relationship with, I can lay down the cards and I can find out what are the negative parts of my personality that are going to come out based on this other person. And I've never seen anyone ever teach anyone to do a reading like that before, and I've never seen the spread in a book. And maybe one day when I'm old, or maybe after I'm dead, I'll get like my child to like publish my mysteries for everybody to read. When my mysteries are published, you guys will also know how to conjure my spirit back after I'm dead, for me to do spiritual work for you.
Yeah. There you go.
So, but because I 100% expect people to call in my spirit and bring me back. I'm looking forward to that. For
Awesome.
real.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here in awe because I would never be able to have these conversations before. And I'm like, tribe.
Yeah, exactly. You have to find your people. There's a lot of people like us out there, but most of the time we just get attacked and harassed. But it is what it is. But like I said, like about that person that you had said earlier was, still being negative, and you could still feel the negativity coming at you in an indirect way. Girlfriend, at all cost possible, do whatever you need to do to block the energy. That's all you can do, is block the energy. When someone throws witchcraft, someone hexes you, curses you, jinxes you, or you feel like they've thrown a negative entity or spirit at you, the only thing you can do is literally block like Jackie Chan, until you can feel that the energy that's coming at you is subsiding and you're able to do like you refresh yourself.
Yeah.
Yay. Robert showed up. Maybe he'll come up. Maybe he won't. But
yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, and Megs has a really good metaphor too about like readers, especially when you're doing shit for free. You know her glass of water metaphor, which is just like if people go reader hopping and they're asking the same question over and over again, they're letting different people dip their hands into their water glass of energy, and it gets all gunky and everything. And when you do free readings, even just like free yes or no's, like, I don't want to touch somebody's gunky fucking energy.
Well, it's like, here's the thing. Here's the other thing about divination, okay? once again, my opinion. When you go to a diviner and you sit down with a problem that day and you do divination that day to find a resolution for your problems, whatever the medicine that comes out, whatever it is that that person needs to do in order to realign themselves with their destiny. See, the thing is now that I've been in the traditions that I've been in long enough now, I realize that this is the overarching issue when it comes to divination. When you go to perform divination, you're trying to find answers. You're trying to figure out, how can I live my best life? How can I avoid calamity? How can I spiritually grow? What is it that I need to do to realign myself? And a good oracle card reader can tell you that. A good tarot card reader can tell you that. Any good diviner can tell you exactly what it is that you need to do. And that's good, just an angel. I thought you disappeared on me. The point is that, but if the spirits, right? Because listen, the person is calling on their spirits. They're calling on their spirit guides. They're calling on their guardian. They're calling on their deities and divinities. They're calling on their ancestors. They're calling on God. They're pulling down God force energy, okay, in a reading. The diviner says, you need to do this. Your life will dramatically improve if you go do this. And they leave and they don't like the message. Then they go to another reader because they're hoping that if they go to another reader, they'll get like the message that they want. But spirit says, you're a slippery bitch. And they come down again. The God force comes down. The ancestors come down. The divinities come down. The ancestors come down. And they tell you the same motherfucking thing again, which they actually told you the first time when you pulled cards on yourself, but you didn't trust yourself. So you went to like 4 or 5 other people. And those spirits are going to stop coming down. Eventually, they're not going to answer you anymore. There's going to be silence on the other side spiritually, because they're going to be like, bitch, we told you already. We told you that when you pulled the cards for yourself. We told you that through the Babalao. We told you that through the psychic medium. We told you that through the rune caster. We gave you the messages. We put signs in front of your face. We were showing you Instagram memes about it. But you weren't listening to us.
Not the memes.
We were telling you this. We were just, the algorithm of life was telling you this, okay? Because like I said, we're all on an algorithm, whether it's a TikTok algorithm. The algorithm was telling you, you are out of alignment. You are out of alignment. It is time to realign yourself with the path that you're supposed to be on. And it's when people refuse to follow the way that they're supposed to go that the suffering happens. There are just some things that are supposed to be a particular way. You might be one of those people out there that's meant to be single. That's not meant to be in a relationship. I have both hands up. There are some people who are just not meant to be in a relationship. It's not their path. It's not the way that, it's not in their divine purpose and plan to be in a relationship. But they get lonely and they get sad. And they need to find somebody else to plug in to fill that void, that void that you should be filling for yourself. By being able to be alone and being okay with that and being okay with the world the way it is and recognizing that this life isn't the only thing there is, that there's many lifetimes, okay? Happy single Pringle. I love that.
Hey, Ryan.
What?
You saw the picture of the hives, right, today?
Yes.
So that was at the wedding. And so did you see what my mom wrote? She wrote, it's because you're allergic to weddings. I'm like, maybe so. Maybe so.
That's funny.
That's the problem. Allergic to weddings. Anyway, side joke.
No, it's true. Yeah. And what I found out was, and I'm not going to talk about my personal life and my personal relationships. I've had good relationships and I've had bad relationships in my life. I've had really good ones and really bad ones. Some of them ended and I'm sad that they ended. Some of them ended and they lasted years longer than I actually should have stayed in them. But eventually they'll end. Like Kelsey, the girl that was around here earlier in the live, whether she likes it or not, it is already beyond the point of no return. There's no fixing that particular situation. It is in her eyes. It is in her soul. The toxicity of it is oozing out of the screen, when she talks about the situation. So it's not like someone, and so here's the other thing about being a psychic medium. You don't have to be a psychic medium to sit there and look at somebody and know that they need some advice. That girl came to me the other day, and if I'm talking too much, just say, Ryan, shut up. I've got something to say. Always feel free to speak over top of me. Some girl came to me the other day, really lovely girl. She was in a relationship with this guy. She didn't marry him, thank God, but she had a child with him, and he's on drugs. And he wasn't on drugs when they got back together, but she got pregnant, and then he got back on the drugs. Okay? So whenever drugs or alcohol or gambling or sex addiction or some other kind of vice is dropped out of someone's mouth when they come to get a reading from me, I tell them, I don't have to read your cards to tell you what you need to do. It would be a disservice for me to sit here and put down cards and go, I see this. You need to leave that motherfucker. Like, it would be a disservice to you for me to tell you that I have to do psychic work in order to tell you that this person is someone that you don't need in your life. And I'm hardcore. Like, I'm all about, like, if you're not supposed to be there, you're not supposed to be there. Rip that Band-Aid off as quickly as possible. It's painful as fuck. Nobody likes doing it. But sometimes it's what needs to be done. Now, I'm not saying that you can't forgive somebody or invite them back into your life, but if somebody has, like, fucked you over once, they'll fuck you over twice. Solid. 100%. I know that for a fact. So once someone crosses a boundary and violates your trust, it's really, really difficult to get that trust back. Because you didn't get into a relationship with this person because you thought that they were going to, like, cheat on you, or because you thought they were going to, like, turn around and start doing drugs and alcohol again, or whatever release they need in order to cope with their life. I know about these things. I'm not just talking out of my ass. These are real life experiences coming from a real life alcoholic. So when that kind of stuff happens, you really have to take a step back and decide, how do I want to live my life? So I still read her and everything, which was confirmed that she needed to break ties with this person. But you're not trapped. You're not stuck. I was on Facebook earlier tonight and someone talked about how they wanted to, yeet themselves. They were going to, like, banana themselves all over the curb. And I had to respond because there were people who were, like, commenting on this person's Facebook status. Oh no, we love you. No, don't harm yourself. Oh no. Call me, talk to me. I'm always here for you. And I was like, yeah, I feel the exact same way. I totally agree with you. This place is shit, and I just, the comment I made
me
was,
to the Fae portals.
I'm like, it is very difficult to be embodied right now in this point in time. But guess what? There's never been a good time to be embodied, because life is always chaotic and it's always dramatic and there's always problems in this realm. In this realm, this is just the way things go. Guess what? You're not escaping it. You're here for it. And according to my tradition, you signed up for it also. You signed up for this shit. So now you're here. Now you can't be mad about it.
When I was getting advised on the theme that I inherited from my ancestor, one of the advices was basically just like, don't do this and that or they'll take you. And I was like, but what if I want them to take me? What if I want to get out of this realm?
Yeah, but the problem is that, like, in Hinduism and also in some other traditional traditions, it's like you don't really get a choice. You have a born day and you have a death day. Like, these things are determined. They're kind of like already determined, because if you think about it, like, everything that's going to possibly happen ever in the universe, it's just a matter of time before every single one of those possibilities plays itself out. So whatever game you decided to play when you showed up here, you have a 100% expiration date. You can count on the fact that you're going to die. It's the only thing that you can trust that is going to happen no matter what. You can bet on it. So, you got to make the best out of it, because, because The spiritual world considers it to be a privilege to be embodied. Talking about privilege, we're calling it like embodied living person privilege. The spirit world considers being alive a privilege. There's a lot of spirits out there that need to be reincarnated so that they can fix their shit, so that they can elevate, so that they can move on. That's not even a lie. So right now you are occupying a body, you are occupying matter and in time space, and that consumes space. The space that you're consuming, being alive, is preventing some other spirit from elevating itself. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is like, don't just sit around and waste your time over here being embodied. Make the best use of your time so that you're able to prove to yourself and to the other people who are walking with you and in the spiritual world that you are literally trying to better yourself. There have been times I have fucked up so bad and they didn't banana me. And the reason why to do what was right, even if I fucked up. Because sometimes, by the grace of God, if you fuck up and you didn't mean to fuck up, they will forgive you. There is forgiveness. Hey, Karen. Yeah, Lauren, I know. Okay. Cool bells. But anyway, those are just my thoughts about it. I think being alive is very important because it gives you opportunities to do things people who are not alive can't. I think that's totally rational and logical, and I don't see how that should be considered to be superstitious in any kind of way. What's my view on time? The reason why we experience time is because we have a body. Because you can only be in one place at one time in the physical body. The physical body is kind of stuck. It's like we experience time because, we're living in this realm of duality where something is always being created and being destroyed. In order for something to be created, something has to be destroyed. Something can't come into creation unless something else dies. That's the whole concept of sacrifice. Something has to die for something to live. But it is a human constraint, and it really, really sucks. I hate it. But you can't get away from it.
You can't keep up with it.
Well, your consciousness, who you really are, right? Your spirit, your pure consciousness is not bound by time. You're not bound in time when it comes to your consciousness. Why? Because you have the ability to have memory. You have the ability to plan. I do believe that you have the ability to change the course of your destiny. Even though you have a destiny, it's not necessarily set. So when you're in Vedic astrology, okay, and also in a lot of traditional cultures, when you're born, someone's birth chart is cast. I read birth charts, by the way. Someone's birth chart is cast. And that birth chart tells the astrologer something about the person's past lives, where they came from, why they're here, what their challenges are going to be in life, in their personality, in what they experience when they're going through the world, what kind of obstructions they could have problems with. That's why you get your birth chart done, because it tells you something about yourself and your path. So then you're like, oh, okay. Well, if I see all of these problems that are coming out in my chart, I can do things to resolve these karmas. I can do things to try to prevent negative things from happening and improve the quality of my karma, improve the quality of my karmic debt. Because you might come into this world with a lot of karmic debt. You might not be able to pay off all your karmic debt, but you have a golden opportunity to improve your lot in life. And you have the ability to improve your karma over time. It's something that's cumulative, that happens over time. Like I said, it's like Mola Rota minutes. It rolls over from lifetime to lifetime. A great way to connect to divine consciousness is this mudra, and I forget exactly what it's called, but it's where you spread the fingers wide and you put all the fingertips together. I will actually hold the mudra over top of my head like that when I'm sitting with my legs crossed. So this is a nice one. The Cosmic Yoni Mudra is where you interlace the fingers like this, and then you put the index fingers up and the thumb out, and you create a cosmic. The womb mudra is an incredibly powerful mudra. Okay, so even if somebody's born a minute or 2 minutes apart, they will still have a different destiny because the birth chart can be broken down literally down to seconds. A real Vedic astrologer, and I have the ability to do so. I don't have the knowledge to do so, but I have the ability, I have the instrument to be able to break down someone's birth chart down to the minute. Someone could be born literally minutes apart, and within those minutes apart, when they take their first breath, and the spirit animates the body and they become a living being. The Bible says that also. They become a living being, soul, a living soul, a jiva. So what we call it, a jiva. That person's destiny is going to be set in a particular way, even if it's in a very microscopic, minute kind of way. It's the same thing like fingerprints and even if you're siblings, even if you're twins, it doesn't mean you have the same amount of DNA. It doesn't mean that you guys have the same DNA. You might even DNA be diversified. Two twins can get a DNA test and it can come back different for both, because not all children carry all the same genes of their parents. I didn't know if people knew that or not. So you could have a twin that doesn't have any kind of DNA connection to any particular type of group of people. If you're looking at like what's coming in on the charts over here. I can't wrap my hand around it because you have to be really, really good at mathematics and you have to be a total geek to be able to come up with that kind of stuff. And I don't have that level of attention span to be able to do that kind of math. Many apprehensions every single day when I wake up in the morning, because when I wake up in the morning and open my eyes, the first thought that goes through my head is, really, we have to do this again? And then what I think about is, how can I minimize the amount of drama and bad karma I'm generating in my life? Those are the two thoughts that go through my head as soon as I wake up. Period. Do I have apprehension prior of committing to my traditions? No, because I made those decisions with good faith. And even in law, even in the legal world, even in law, we have, certain protections around people that make commitments and decisions based on good faith. The law of karma also ensures that decisions made in good faith, can't be held against someone. So if someone acts in a deceptive way towards you and lures you in some kind of way into a situation to try to get you initiated into some particular tradition, or some other kind of fuck shit goes down, that happened in a way that was like not right on the behalf, that person will pay karmically 100%. And the thing is like, I decided before getting initiated into any of the stuff that I've been initiated into, that the benefits outweighed the risks. Whenever you make a decision in the spiritual world, you need to determine whether or not the benefits from what you're doing are going to outweigh the risk. And for me, the benefits were worth the risk. It could have killed me, but they were still worth the risk. Does that make sense? This is not a joke. The spiritual world and the occult world is not a joke. You don't fuck with this stuff. You don't fuck with these energies just to fuck around and find out. Anybody who starts practicing witchcraft or voodoo or anything else because they want to fuck around and find out, will find out one way or another. And that's not me being a fearmonger. I'm saying you're all generating karma just by sitting here breathing. I'm generating good karma just by showing my face on this app. For every person that doesn't like me, I'm creating a reaction. For every person that does like me, I'm creating a reaction. You got to take your time. Don't feel like you need to be forced into making any choices. And if you have any kinds of reservations at all, do not do it. It's why I stepped out of the Lukumi tradition. I'm no longer, I went to a Sheshe. I have moved to a traditional path of Ifa. I'm not working in the Cuban tradition anymore. I walked away from that because I had serious reservations about whether or not that tradition was the right tradition for me. So instead of getting initiated in it and then regretting it later or making commitments to spirits that I couldn't satisfy, I stopped, took a step back, said a prayer to God and to my ancestors and to the spirits and asked them to provide me another way for me to go down the path, and they provided it for me. So I changed paths. At any point in time, if you feel like the direction you're headed down is not good for you, it's not good for your mental health, it's not good for your behavioral health, it's not working for you, or you feel like there's something wrong or you shouldn't be there, that is your gut instinct and your spirits telling you, take a step back. This is not, no, you're going about this the wrong way, or you're doing this too fast. You're not listening to us. And if you take a step back and you take a deep breath and you allow your spirit team to work things out, they will move you in the direction that you need to go. 100%. But never do anything spiritually or sexually or for any other reason because you feel like you should or because you're expected to do something in any kind of way. That never works out right for anyone. No, I don't want to do past life, and I don't need to, because your past lives don't matter. In this lifetime that we're living, knowing about your past lives doesn't matter. I mean, knowing about your past lives could be interesting. Was I Cleopatra in another life? Okay. What the fuck does that do for me right now? Like, how does that mean anything to me right now in this life? Is it making me a better person? Is it making me more abundant and more wealthy? Like, what is it about? Why do people feel like they have to know what goes on in their past lives? Why does it matter? I know for me, at least from experience in this lifetime, I probably don't want to remember my past lives. Matter of fact, forgetting your past lives is a mechanism built into the spiritual system to protect you from your past lives. Now, they say when you become enlightened and you become a Buddha and all of that stuff, and you're a yogi or whatever, you become very spiritually enlightened or inclined, that you're able to start to recall past life experiences. Well, great. That's just fine. Good for you. You just unlocked another achievement on the spiritual path, you know. But anybody who's a spiritual teacher will tell you that past lives don't matter because they're not helping you right now. That pattern that you were on in that lifetime was that algorithm. This lifetime, you're on a different algorithm.
I have enough things to worry about in this lifetime. I don't want to be worried about what happened in another lifetime.
I think that I have had dreams of past lives. I think that I've dreamed past lives or had ancestral memory. And the times that I've had, I've been like, ugh. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not living that life. You know what I mean? So I think spiritually we can divide. I like to divide like consciousness into two different horizontal and vertical. I believe that there's many different dimensions of consciousness, starting from the most dense to the most ethereal. I'm talking about something as dense as a rock to something as ethereal as smoke. We're talking about level of density. We're talking about physical things, but I'm saying like on a whole spectrum of energy. That's what I mean, from densest to most fine. I think that's like a dimensional thing. And then horizontally, I think about there are many, many different universes. And it's quite possible that we're living out our experiences simultaneously with a whole bunch of different versions of ourselves. Just like Doctor Strange, just like the multiverse of madness, we might all be walking parallel with ourselves on other planes. Because every time you make a decision, your life goes a different direction. But when you make a decision, even though you decide to go a certain way or change your way, there's still part of you that will go in the opposite way. And so you'll create a branch. You'll create a time branch. You'll create a branch of time where every single time you make a decision, you split. There's an app that does this on your phone. You're going along on your timeline. Something happens. You make a decision. There's a part of you that changes and there's a part of you that doesn't. And it continues to go. And every single time you make a change in your life or you change what path you're going in, your life will branch into a different area. And it could be that other versions of yourself and other multiverses are already dead because they didn't make it as far as you. You might have had a dream when you were 20 that you got hit by a car and you woke up and you're like, man, I thought I was dead. Well, you could have died somewhere in some existence. Don't limit yourself when it comes to your ability to think about yourself on the spiritual plane. Most people's problems are that they're not creative enough and they don't allow their consciousness to feel the freedom of what it's like to be alive. You have incredible freedoms being a human being and being alive. And as a spirit entity, you have even more freedoms. That's why when people die, they say that when someone's soul dies, they become more powerful after death than when they were alive. Because now you're taking all that consciousness and all that energy and you're releasing it into the atmosphere. And now that has its own weight to it, which is why people have bad ancestors that die and then they like come back. That negativity keeps passing down from one generation to another, to another, to another. Someone will come to me and I'll pull a spirit. I'll be like, this spirit has been with your family for a long time. Your mother had it. Your grandmother had it. Your great-grandmother had it. But it's continuing to afflict you one generation after a time. Intergenerational trauma, intergenerational spirits that are stuck, that can't move. These are all a thing. This is not a joke. But I think that we need to start thinking of ourselves in a more expansive way and stop limiting our beliefs around ourselves. Is it true in this world we have physical existence and we have to abide by the laws of nature? Yes, guess what? You're not going to go outside and put your arms up in the air like this and fly. Like that's not a realistic expectation for spirituality. You know, you can sit behind your desk at work and look at that person that you don't like, and every single time they go down the stairs, you can go and try to mentally give that person a push down the stairs every single time they go to the stairs. But that doesn't mean that person's ever going to fall down the stairs. That also doesn't mean that you're like weak in any kind of way.
Just to be realistic.
But everybody needs to have a more open heart and be more expansive in your ideas and your views about yourself. And not getting trapped in these paradigms, because there's two realities, okay? There's two realities. One reality is how everything actually is. It's the way things actually work. We are way too biased to understand how things actually work. Our experience is too subjective. We have an inability to be objective about how all of this stuff works. So there's reality as it is, and then there's the reality as all the stories that you tell yourself about that reality. That's why everyone could potentially be living in their own world. You are the center of your own universe. You are the master or the mistress of your own universe, okay? Because the reason why we have problems is because certain people believe that if you behave a certain way, you're going to end up in a certain place. And if you don't behave that way, then you're going to like be punished or you're going to go to hell. That's Christianity is a fear-based religion. Most people that are Christians make decisions based out of fear, not out of informed consent. That's not a lie. Everything I just said was not a lie. It's 100% true. What you believe matters. What you believe matters. And 5 hours ago or however long ago I got on this motherfucking app and started this conversation, I told all of you, sit down with a piece of paper and write down on a piece of paper, what do I believe? What are my morals? What are my ethics? What do I believe is right and wrong? And am I going to live by that so that who I am internally resonates with how I am moving in the world? There's congruency. Who I am inside and how I move in space is one with one another. Because what you believe matters. And you can determine whether or not a particular group of people or a particular belief system is good or bad depending on observing people practice it. As an example, you'll never see a witch or a Wiccan or someone that practices Golden Dawn magic, and even someone that practices voodoo walk into a synagogue with a gun and start killing people, or walk into a high school and start shooting people. No, only white Christians do that kind of shit. You'll never see a Buddhist monk or someone who's a yogi that sits by the side of the river and smokes weed and does yoga. You'll never see one of those people strap bombs to themselves and get on a bus and blow themselves up so that they can go fuck 72 virgins in heaven. Muslims do that. I can 100% hear and judge someone's religion as to whether or not it's a good religion or a bad religion by focusing on the people that practice it in every single denomination. So this shit about we have to be tolerant about everybody's religious path, absolutely not. I can be 100% judgmental towards other people's spiritual path. I'm not a Christian. So that don't judge other people's stuff. That doesn't work for me. I'm sorry. I do judge other people. I judge the way they look. I judge the way they dress. I judge what they eat. I judge how they keep their car, whether they keep their house clean. I can definitely judge them based on what the bullshit that they believe. So everybody is walking through space in their own reality about how this thing is supposed to work. And you're interfacing with reality like a game. It is literally like a game. The concept of the Matrix or being in a virtual reality, well, if it was, fine. If it's not, it doesn't matter, but it's a great analogy. You are interfacing with people, and what you believe in is going to change how you interact with other people. Period. That's nothing I just said should be controversial because it's the truth. It's based on literally taking a step back and clear observation about human nature and also how things work. It has nothing to do with whether or not I like people or dislike people, whether I have this or not. It just is what it is. And if anything I said offended you tonight, then I'm going to ask you to do your shadow work and ask yourself the question, why did what Ryan said offended me so hard? Why am I so butthurt about what he said?
Well, a lot of what you said is human nature. It's just things that a lot of people won't admit they do.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like hypocrites. I have a big problem with hypocrites. My parents were really hypocritical. And I always grew up saying that I was going to be as honest as possible. Have I lied flat out to people's faces before? Absolutely, I've lied straight up to someone's face. I've looked at them right in the eye and lied. But it's because at the time that lie was going to actually produce a more positive effect than a negative effect. Sometimes we have to lie. You're not going to escape the lie forever, but sometimes in certain circumstances, it's just better to lie. Like whether or not your parents are going to kick you out of the house or not when you're like 15 and going to school and you're queer. And your conservative, crazy, Bible-thumping Baptist parents, Pentecostal parents want to kick you out of the house because they think that you were saw holding some boy's hand somewhere on the street. That is a perfectly reasonable excuse to lie about your life. When your life is in danger, it's absolutely fine to lie.
Yeah.
If it's gonna get you out of the situation. To me, that's my morals and my ethics. If yours are different, please go write them down on your piece of paper.
I agree with you.
I think that things are going to change a lot in the next 5 years. I'm bunkering down, y'all. I'm making sure I've got my extra water and my like little survival gear.
I think we're going to rely a lot on the bartering system.
I think so. You're more than welcome, Karen. It's not vast, really. It's just, I've just read a lot of books and studied a lot, and I just think that what I've come out to realize for myself was like just common sense, really. I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing about spiritual and religious beliefs. If you look at 20 different cultures that existed all over the world, they all practiced different religions, they all prayed to different gods, but they all believed in reincarnation. You have to ask yourself the question, well, why did these people believe in reincarnation? What was the motive for them to believing in reincarnation? And then you have to sit and get philosophical and existential about it. Well, everything they see that dies comes back again every single year. You know, if you sit and observe nature, you realize that the earth is constantly, you know, turning over. It's turning over itself all the time. Something is dying and something is being born. So it only makes sense from a common sense, logical standpoint that you do the same thing. Total. Yes, absolutely. And so people, and the other thing I'm concerned about is these culture wars. All right, we're far enough along in the live for me to say that I'm afraid, and I'm talking about spiritual culture wars. Spiritual culture wars are very, very not good, because we have turned into this group of people now who are looking for differences and not looking for commonalities. We're not saying, wow, okay, so you learn this is what's taught in this particular spiritual tradition, and that's taught in that particular spiritual tradition. There's some kind of resonance there. There's some kind of entanglement. There's some kind of connection. The connection might not be easily visible because they could look very, very different, but you can see that the root or the source of the thought process was the same. And it is getting worse because people are becoming more territorial and more tribal. Like, I'm telling you, the Christians, man, and their book burning and the banning of books and the fascism and the speech thing and what you can and cannot say, that's a big problem. I sat and talked to a friend of mine. I invited a friend over, and they're a Republican. I want everybody to know that I'm an independent. I'm completely independent, and I'm more like a libertarian than anything else. But I was sitting and I was talking to this person, and I asked him, I said, what do you think are going to be the big 5 talking points, the selling points to the Republican Party or people who are conservative? What are going to be the talking points on the roster when it comes to who's going to determine who the next president is? And by the way, I just want everybody to know the president matter a lot. The president matters, but the president isn't the only person that matters. This is still America. The president is not the only person that gets a say in what happens in the world, okay? Just so you know. Presidents come and go. But the point is they were talking about freedom of speech as like the number one thing that conservatives are afraid of, because they're afraid of their speech being changed, and they're afraid of being attacked on the basis of their ability to be able to say what they want to say. And I see it. I totally get it. 100%. I totally get it. Totally get it. Totally respect that point. Another thing is going to be, what else did he say? I don't remember. But I feel like the political environment has crossed its line into the realm of spirit. And so this is what I want to say about race and ethnicity, okay? Because this has kind of been like my big struggle and fight and uphill battle with so many people for so long on this app, is that if you define your spirituality solely around your ethnicity and what you look like, you're not practicing spirituality. We need to remove the identity politics out of spiritual practices, because guess what? Nobody owns anything. Nobody owns anything. I'm talking about, gender 100%. Nobody cares. That's the other thing. There's never been a better time to be gay in this country or anywhere in the world, period. People are talking about anti-LGBTQ. I'm like, where? Who's saying to any white gay man on the planet that they're oppressed in this country? No one. No, remove the G from your conversation when you're making your news breaks, because there's no white gay man on the face of the planet, and pretty much gay men of any ethnicity in this country that's really experiencing massive, persecution like other groups within marginalized communities are experiencing. So remove the G part and go ahead and remove the L part, the lesbian part, because for the most part, there's nothing that any of these people cannot do. So when you say, taking away drag performances and stuff like that, that is just like such bullshit stuff that can get overturned very, very, very easy. So they put up some ordinances that you can't do a drag show or a drag brunch. Guess what? We'll get that taken down. It's not a big fucking deal. Assholes will be assholes. They got their majority. They want to ban drag queens. That's fine. We'll vote them out of office. We'll put drag queens back on the street. This is not a life or death situation, okay? So everybody needs to de-escalate their emotions around all of these social, political things, because guess what? They will change again and again and again and again as we evolve. But it's always like that with progress. It's 2 steps forwards, 5 steps back. 2 steps forward, 5 steps back, because it's difficult to get people to evolve. And the biggest problem that we have in this, here's my 2 biggest problems with this country. Everyone should have access to affordable healthcare or get free healthcare 100%. Everyone should be able to have a public plan, just like we do here in Massachusetts, where if you are poor, you are still able to be on the public policy. I'm poor, so I'm on Massachusetts healthcare. I'm on a mass healthcare. I'm on the public plan because I couldn't get covered by privatized insurance. It would be like $800 a month because I'm bipolar. So I live in Massachusetts because I have the ability, if I don't feel well, to go see a doctor and to be able to get my medications. There should be a public plan that everyone, if you're sick, there's no reason why anyone should suffer when they're sick. There's no reason why a child should not be able to see a doctor if they're sick or get medication if they're sick. That's ridiculous. This is supposed to be the wealthiest planet on the country, and its healthcare is shit. That's my first biggest problem. And mental health and behavioral health therapy. Because people are mentally ill, and we're getting more mentally ill. We're as a group of people, we're going through a big mental health crisis as an entire group consciousness in this country. Everybody should have access to behavioral and mental health services and drug and alcohol and substance abuse recovery services. That's just something that should be. Because anytime somebody snaps and goes and buys a gun and goes and blows everybody away, that person was sick. That could have been prevented. That was preventable. And it wasn't from removing guns off the shelf. Did you know that? It had nothing to do with taking away anyone's guns. It had everything to do with getting people who are mentally ill proper treatment. Did you think about that?
In a lot of these cases that unravel, that is the case. That they're incredibly mentally unwell, and there's been like red flags for a very long time that person's been unwell and they've been ignored.
Mm-hmm. One of the big problems too is with the mental health is that they do not have people in the field. They're leaving the field in hordes, and people aren't entering the field. Same way with education. So I don't know, how do you solve that problem?
I know they're leaving in droves in Florida.
Yeah. So how do you? So there, I mean, the lack of care is crazy. I have families on wait lists that are just out of control, 6 months, maybe even more, even to get assessed. I have kiddos that are on year wait list, even get assessed. Because there's no staff to even do doctors to even do the assessments and then to even set up treatment plans. I mean, we don't even have enough therapists to even do the treatments once they actually get the plans put in place. So that's on the child level. And now we have, and it's generational. So then you have the families, and they're not even getting treated because there are not enough doctors on any level to even have the treatment. Clinics are getting shut down because there is not enough staff to even staff the clinics.
I think that
it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's really tough. I mean, I see it every day. I see it every day. So
yeah. I mean, literally, you would have to turn the entire system over, rip it apart, and recreate it from the very core if we were going to create a new society where everybody would be able to have the things that they want and pursue their happiness. We would have to do that. And the problem is that everyone is avoiding it, just like that person doesn't want to leave their same feeling as a cumulative group of consciousness towards walking away from, what has worked and trying to fix it or create something new, because no one's going to agree about how that should be done. So we done fucked ourselves. Don't expect anything to get any easier. Grab your ass, bend over, spread your cheeks, because here comes karma, okay?
And it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. I mean, it was pretty bad before COVID, but it's gotten tremendously worse.
Yeah.
Since after COVID.
I
can't even tell you what I see. It's intense.
We have the opposite situation in the UK because our health service, National Health Service, is completely free. But the issue is that our government's only giving money from the bottom of the barrel towards the health service. So basically, the whole of the UK is in a complete crisis. And everyone's walking out and leaving, everyone's underpaid. There's not enough people to go around. Like, I've been on a waiting list for 4.5 years for a health condition. Everyone's like, oh, I want to move to the UK because it's great, I get free healthcare. And then the situation just gets worse and worse. So they're thinking about privatizing it.
If I didn't live in Massachusetts, I'd probably be dead. I know I would be dead. If I didn't move to Massachusetts when I did to try to get healthcare for myself, not only mental and behavioral healthcare, but also like healthcare for like stuff I was sick and I needed treatment for, I would not still be here. And to be able to receive that, but you're right, you have to wait for it. When you're on a socialized healthcare plan or when there's a public health option, there is 6 months to a year wait to get certain things done. That's what happens. But yeah, we don't have enough people to actually do the work that needs to get done.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I want everybody to like not be negative. I want everybody to be positive. I want everybody to remember that every single person has a choice, okay? People are not victims. There are victims in this world, but most people walking around on the street, they have the ability to change.
Mm-hmm.
People do have the ability to change. They just have to want to change. It's really as simple as wanting to change. It's really as simple as waking up one morning and saying, I don't like who I am. I don't want to be this anymore. I've had to do that this year.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% support medication because people need to be on meds 100% if needed. But I think that there are some things that people can do aside from that to really do self-care and self-help in those areas and make changes in their lives where they have to kind of, if there's a 6-month wait list, what can you do for yourself in that time to just make some changes, even some small changes? And that's what I try to talk to my families about, my parents, just to get them through kind of like that wait list, because it's tough. It really is.
You have to change your perspective too. Sometimes people don't realize if they just shift their perspective just a little bit, they could find to things. It's interesting because I totally can feel, I guess I'm so in touch with my body when I'm going through my depression or mania or whatever it is, now that I'm sober. Because when you're drunk, these things are like mysteries to you. Emotions and feelings are like mysteries. But when you get sober, it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, that feeling is guilt. That's that feeling I've been avoiding for so long. Guilt. I don't like the way that feels. I don't want to do that anymore. Or I don't like feeling angry all the time. Like at some point in time, you will get sick of yourself. Eventually. You'll get sick of your own bullshit and then you'll have to change one way or another. One morning I woke up and I'm like, I don't like me. I don't like who I am. I don't like what I see when I look in the mirror. I don't like what I see when I open TikTok. I don't like the people I'm associating with. I don't like the ideas that I've accepted. Like, I'm not going to continue to go down this path because it's not me. It's not who I really am. I feel like I am being a bad actor. That's why I say Brujo Ryan is dead. Brujo Ryan was great for the time that Brujo Ryan was doing his thing, but I'm not Brujo Ryan anymore. That's not who I am. I evolved past that character. That was a particular phase in time in my life, and that was where I was at that time, but I'm not that person anymore. So I woke up one morning and decided, I don't like the way my life is going. We need to turn this shit around and go in the opposite direction or change the direction. And it's difficult to do, but you can do it. It means that you're going to have to reap the benefits of all of that karma that you've sown, positive and negative, but you can do it. My prayer for all of you is that when you go to sleep tonight, that you have a quiet, peaceful, dreamless sleep where your consciousness goes off into Never Never Land and you get true rest. And when you wake up tomorrow morning, you feel enthusiastic and inspired to live your best life. And I pray that all of the obstacles that are in front of you today will be removed tomorrow, and that I pray that any solutions that you haven't been able to see because they've been in front of your face, but you have ignored them or put them off because you don't want to accept the truth, that you accept those truths, and that you are able to make decisions for yourself that are better decisions for yourself. I would like everybody to learn how to make better choices for themselves. That's my prayer for all of you, to be able to make a better choice. Like, instead of waking up every single day or waking up tomorrow and looking at the person that's laying beside you and going, oh, why am I here? Why am I here? That you decide that you're going to do something about that. Like, you know, that person is either going to like stand up and be exactly what you want them to be, or that you're going to have to move on, figure it out.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to take those wise words and get my butt to bed because
Me too.
Yeah. I'm not going to be alive much longer, but I'm going to stick around for maybe 20 more minutes or so.
Yeah.
Thank you for getting on here, Leah.
Yes, I've enjoyed it. All right.
Thank you for
Good night, everybody.
Thank you for all your energy tonight and
She's got great energy, right?
Your wise words.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much for all of this tonight.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And Bells and Witching Kitchen. Okay, and everybody else, I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
Have a great night, everybody.
You too.
Bye.
Good night.
Hope you sleep well.
My sleep schedule is so fucked up. Oh my God.
When did you wake up today?
I didn't go to sleep last night. And then, okay, so we have to, what is today? Sunday? We have to start with Friday. Friday afternoon around 5:30, 6 o'clock at night, I woke up from sleeping all day. Then I was up all night. And then it was 8 o'clock in the morning. and time for me to take my medication. And at 10 a.m., I had a Zoom meeting because I was committed to going to a training. So I stayed up through the Zoom meeting. Then I realized I had another appointment reading that I had to do about 2 hours later. I laid down and slept for an hour, and then I got up and I did that appointment, and then I went back to sleep. And then I got up like around 7:30, 8 o'clock. And now I'm up, and I've been up, and I don't know when I'm going to fall asleep. And my sleep schedule is just whacked.
I think you're
cannot
becoming
get
a
myself.
raccoon.
Huh?
You're becoming a raccoon.
I really am like a vampire. I really, yeah.
You're becoming nocturnal.
I feel more
I'm in a
comfortable at
state
night.
of acceptance about my sleep pattern. The only thing that's going to fix my sleep pattern is if I like move to another country like America.
Oh, you don't want to come here? I mean, well, of course, we would we would totally love for you to come here.
Mhm.
We would love to have you here, but I don't know if the situations where you're at are here in your current situation.
I think things in every country is messed up at the moment.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell is wrong with my schedule. I mean, I could take drugs. I could go to my psychiatrist and say I need something to help me sleep, but I don't want to do that. I know what it is. Like, I literally need to exercise. I'm not exercising, so I've got all of this excess energy. If I got my fat ass up and went to the gym and exercised, then maybe I'd be tired enough to sleep. I'm also having a lot of problems with my lungs. I have post-COVID,
Mm.
and I have not been able to shake COVID symptoms since I had it like 2021 or 2022. 2021. I had it in April of 2021. I still am fatigued. I'm still dragging my ass. I'm still having a lot of problems breathing because I had asthma prior to getting that, and I'm really suffering from it. Blue light? What kind of blue light? Are you talking about like that comes off like cell phones and stuff?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you, Robert.
Good night, Robert. Reminds me to put my glasses on. My glasses actually block blue light.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I get those special lenses.
Red reishi capsules, mushroom. Yeah, I need to do that. So, did you read the entire book of this Ars Vercanis?
I haven't yet. I'm about to the point where you get to like master symbols, or sigils. Like there's a reference there. I'm still getting through it. I actually ordered the physical copy that I'm waiting for to get here so I can finish the book, because I'm not a good when it's fiction and like I can get into it, I'm a good Kindle book reader. When it's like a reference book or nonfiction or something that I want to kind of go back and forth between, I am not a good Kindle book reader. My Kindle library is a nightmare of genres.
I have so many motherfucking books on my computer, it's not even funny.
My Kindle library is literally self-help, witchcraft, sci-fi, and smut. Like there's 4 categories. Something is in one of those categories. And the problem is when I get like the witchcraft stuff up, it just screws with like the entire organization of it. So I prefer to have the physical books.
I got a new book that came in the mail. It's called Early Taoist Scriptures. So anybody who has an interest in Taoism and traditional Chinese religion and philosophy, this particular book has it has the most earliest translated text from like around 1 and 200 BC. It's either 1 or 200 BC or CE, but they're the foundational texts that were used by the original Taoist religious sects that became what we know today as Taoism as a religion. So I'm very interested to find out, like, it's kind of like reading the Gospels, because obviously there was a gospel that went to the #1 bestseller on the the Romans Best Scrolls list, right? So I mean, obviously, whenever a spiritual book creates a lot of impact in the world, you want to read it.
So, Ryan, you know how you accidentally fell into one of my past lives when you did the
How?
reading for me? So I did some research because it rang a bell. There is a Chinese culture, I believe it's in the Taoist tradition, where the women do not cut their hair for whatever reason, and they wash it. It's very long, like we're talking like dragging on the ground long. It has to be washed in like a special rice milk or whatever. But that culture still exists, but it has roots like back into the whatever dynasty years and years and years ago, and they're in a temple by the river, and I was just like,
Oh, wow. Okay. You know what a white tigress is? Have you ever heard of the white tigress cult in Taoism? It's too hot in here for me to have my hat on. Okay, so there is, I can't even talk about this on TikTok because it'll take me off. So there's a cult called it's the Secret Teachings of the White Tigress and the Jade Dragon. It's a particular school of Taoism that focuses primarily on what would be considered tantric or more working with erotic energy. There's somebody that learned this stuff and studied this stuff, an American person. So they wrote like a couple of books about it. A lot of it has to do with internal alchemy. There's a documentary about it. Wow, that's interesting. Anyway, anyone who's interested in looking up the Jade Dragon and the White Tigress sect of Taoism and their practices, that would give you definitely a bang for your buck if you're interested in looking into any of that.
I'm gonna look into that immediately.
Yeah, I'll just let you guys go find that stuff out for yourself.
Like, I don't want to get bananaed.
What the hell's going on with my hair? It's like my hair is having its own life.
You Doctor Strange your own hair.
Man. What's interesting is my hair will pretty much stay in any position I put it in. It's kind of weird.
I'm getting a haircut.
I never realized how crazy my hair was. I had exes that were like, "What's wrong with your hair?" I'm like, "I don't know." I never looked in the mirror.
One of those people that might have like multiple like really weird cowlicks. So like whichever position you put the hair in, there's always a cowlick to keep it in that position.
Yeah, basically. No, I'm at chapter 2, Core Magical Techniques.
Mhm.
And I really enjoyed this book because, like I said, whoever it is that wrote this has got a very good understanding or overview about most energetic systems.
Yeah.
I love this. I don't even know what this means. I haven't gotten there yet, but I love this sigil. Hold on, let me see. I want so desperately to understand what this means. It's very, very cool. It's on the inside. It's the symbol that's on the inside of the book. Percepto, Transformatio, Communio. And then the symbols that they're using, I'm going to guess, are sigils that are created.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's an entire section like towards the middle that has these different sigils. And you can also utilize them in your own spell work, which is very interesting.
I'm a multi-orgasmic man. It's true. But I have a problem with a lot of the stuff that that people. So there's this idea, this concept, and I don't know if it's true or not. But the idea, there's a lot of people that practice these sexual alchemies where they say, well, if a man ejaculates, then he's releasing all of his chi, and you got to hold on to that stuff, and you can learn how to orgasm without, ejaculating. But in reality, if you don't, that stuff goes back into your bladder and you just piss it out. So like that, but it's like, to me, that's like a superstition that needs to be overcome, because science has already proven and shown the more sexually active a man is, the less chances he has of getting prostate cancer over time. So like, it's not in men's best interest not to ejaculate. And if using that terminology gets me kicked off, fuck this app, I'm over it, that we can't talk about adult things in a space, like in a social space. I can't even. So the thing is that, no, it is not good. And I see all of these like no nut fap videos on YouTube of these like 20-year-olds talking about the how much magical power you can absorb if you don't nut. And I'm like, oh man, you're all going to ruin your prostates and have all fucked up bladders and urinary tract infections. So even though Mantak Chia does teach those techniques, I am not. My school of thought does not adhere to the no nut fap rule.
Like, why would you do that to yourself?
It's true.
I'm just like, I don't get why people do it.
Well, the thing is that the older a male gets, the less. Well, the thing is that men hit their peak between the ages of like 16 and 24 is when the man is the most virile. That's where he's got the most testosterone. He's got the most spunk. So if you're trying to get like the best possible spunk, then you're going to get somebody who is young and virile. That's the point. It's interesting because women don't really get heated up until they're older. So whenever I see an old man with a young woman, it makes absolutely no goddamn sense to me. But if I see an older woman with a young man, it makes 100% sense to me. Because for some reason, when women get older, they become much more open for some reason. So I think that's biological. There's really a biological reason for that, and we're really biologically driven. I also feel that most of everything we experience is biologically driven.
Where am I in this book? Sorry. I'm at.
It's like they teach,
moment.
They teach you, and I'm going to word this in a way that's not going to get your life in trouble. They teach you as a JW that it's bad to I can't say the word because TikTok's sensitive.
Slam your beaver up against the wall.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, they teach you that as well. It's like, it's just stupid.
Yeah, I'm just a chapter ahead of you, Ryan. I'm in chapter 3, magical practices. So the chapters are divination, etheric entities, interacting with etheric entities, psychopomps, healing, blessing, love and sex magic, cursing and defensive magic, dream magic, and substances.
Well, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is I feel it's a feeling I have inside. It's a very distinct feeling between who I am at my core and then this physical body. I don't want to say I'm, having out of body experiences, by no means. Nor am I saying, am I traumatized and having some kind of, what do they call that, disassociation?
Cognitive dissonance? No, that's the opposite.
I know there's a very big difference between what's going on with my physical body biologically and what's going on in my soul and my spirit, because I could wake up and my body could be feeling very depressed. Chemically, I could feel that my body is depressed. I'm having a hard time getting up. I'm having a hard time moving. I look like poo. I'm not sleeping like right now. Like I could be going through this thing. But how I feel inside, I'm okay. Like even though my body is going through this like thing, whatever it is it's going through chemically, it's not affecting who I really am. It's not affecting my consciousness. It's not affecting my destiny. It's just, it's more of a nuisance. It's just like, it's distracting. But as far as the physical body is concerned, like I have a very strong sense of like my physical body and my spiritual body, or who I am. I love it. Sometimes I have these amazing dreams. Sometimes I have dreams where I'm a superhero and I have superpowers and I can do the coolest stuff in my dreams. I am so much stronger in my dreams than I am in real life. It's not even funny. Like, I will whoop some ass. I will pull out a can of whoop ass in my dreams. I am really a badass in my dream. Not in real life, unfortunately, or at least in this reality. In this reality, I'm really, really, really bound to this body that's really tore up and beat up. But in my dreams, I can do really cool stuff. I turned myself into a giant jellyfish one time.
That's cool. Is this dreams, or is this just like you hanging out in the astral?
No, this was me. I went to sleep. I went to sleep one night and I dreamed that I was on a cruise ship and everybody was running in the opposite direction because the boat was under siege, that it was under attack. And then all of a sudden I saw an entity, a character, a bad actor coming up out of like a dark hallway, and it was really, really ugly and deformed and it was evil. And for some reason I knew that I was going to have to fight this thing. I was going to have to face it. So what I did is I did like that Doctor Strange thing where I went whoosh like that and I like flew up into the air and then I like expanded out and I could feel my body expanding, and the next thing I knew I was like this huge translucent pink and light blue and bubbly kind of like just bubble thing. I was like Furby. I had like turned into like this giant jellyfish, and he was shooting some kind of like rays at me, or he was trying to like attack me, and I was like, it was going through my body, it wasn't hitting me. It's like all of his attacks were like going right through me. I was like translucent. And then I came back together and I'm like, God damn, I woke up and I was like, God damn, that was really, really cool. How did you do that? And then I'm like, I don't know how I did that, but it was really, really cool. I wish I had more dreams like that.
I have a lot of dreams where it's just like me on another planet getting talked to by Mother, and then like me immediately waking up and not writing down anything that was said, and me knowing something really important was said, and just being like, I'll remember that eventually. Like, I heard it. It's in the subconscious now.
In my dreams, it's almost like I am the version of myself that I would be almost if I wasn't damaged. So I'm a lot more confident version of myself, and I'm doing the things that I really wish that I could do.
Yeah, and we should try to increase the quality of those dreams. We should like do our dream work so that we can experience more of that. I would like to experience more high quality lucid dreams.
I love lucid dreaming.
Mm-hmm.
I need to focus on my dreams. What's so funny is I love who I'm working with these days. I've got a great priestess. I'm working with some really incredible people. My spiritual guides. I'm talking about my embodied spiritual guides that I'm working with right now on this planet are really freaking awesome and amazing, and I love the people I'm surrounded by, including you two, because I learn from you. Bells and Lauren, yes, absolutely. I feel like I learn something from you every single time we go live with one another, because I learn something about myself. You help me understand something about myself by interacting and communicating with you and sharing spiritual ideas. I feel very, very happy, positive about the people that I've attracted to myself in life right now. I'm in a good place.
Yeah. Also,
Magda, Ben, and Derek, Robert, and everybody else that comes up.
I feel like it's interesting because you did that birth chart for me, and something came up in it which really stood out to me, and that is that because I spoke about how I've always struggled to make friends. I feel very lonely. I don't know, I won't go into that because it's depressing, but something came up and it said that when I'm not making friends, it's because I'm not on the right path. Or something like that, or it's because I need to be finding a path that I'm on. And now all of a sudden this year, especially in it's only really been like a few months where things have been going really great, and all of a sudden I seem to be making friends. and I seem to be learning what I'm supposed to do. And it's almost like my guides have gone, okay, here's people to talk to. You're doing the right thing now.
Aww. You know I love you, Lauren.
Yes.
And you
Yes.
too, Ryan.
Aww. Yeah,
Ryan, you've taught me a lot about snap judgments on people.
Oh, really?
Because we met over a tiny itty bitty TikTok beef.
Oh,
I
really?
was initially going to be like, just like screw this guy. But something about you, I was just like, no, but like, look, I don't think he's actually like that. And it didn't take and I was like, okay. So I started watching your videos, and then I came into your lives, and then at some point you invited me up, and we had like an actual conversation face to face. And now I've become extremely fond of you because I got to know you. I learned not to make snap judgments on people.
Wow, I'm glad. I'm glad I helped you learn that lesson. See, I'm neurodivergent. I'm on some kind of spectrum, and I realize that I have a really short fuse, and I come across differently than I am. People might perceive me a particular way because of my behavioral patterns. Or like if I make a video and I'm mad, or I'm like talking shit, people automatically assume that I'm some kind of way because they just happen to see me like with my eyes bugging out and angry and my hair standing up, like a cat that's just been pissed off.
Cat Ryan.
I think a lot of it is. It's the neurodivergence in me that makes me behave this way. I never realized that. And I'm mad about it because I'm 43 years old, and if somebody would have told me that I was like on some kind of spectrum when I was 12, I would have had a very different life.
Neurodivergent people, I know this from experience, are very black and white thinkers. They just say it as it is.
Yeah, the filter issue. I have a filter issue. And my filter issue used to be worse. Like I'm not as bad as I used to be, if you can believe that. You found out during your Saturn return. Well, I think that it's the way my brain processes information. And it's also the way I learn. I have a really weird learning pattern. And I have a really weird pattern of making decisions. My decision-making skills are off. And so are my abilities to process information. My processor speed is not working like everybody else's.
The thing is, when you're neurodivergent, it's not supposed to work like everyone else's does. Things are different in a different way that works for you.
I think that people might think I'm being critical when I'm not really being critical. I'm just saying the other thing is this is just the shit that's in my head. How about this, everybody? I am not emotionally attached to all the stuff that comes out of my mouth. My opinions can change. One, just because I say something today doesn't mean I can't turn around tomorrow and completely change my mind. For one thing, I reserve the right to be able to change my mind. The other thing is that if you prove to me that what I'm saying is wrong, or I need to change my views on something, I will be like, well, goddamn, you're right. I was an asshole. I'm sorry about that. I have the ability to autocorrect and self-correct and learn. But I'm not tied to anything really.
Yeah. I recently have been working on not masking as fucking hard because it's exhausting. And I've lost friends over it. So that hasn't been too fun, but also I have more energy now, so that's nice.
Yeah, that is good. That's really good. I just need to when I don't want something, I need to just immediately say no, I don't want this and walk away from it. That's my biggest problem in life. I will get myself into situations and for some reason I'll feel stuck or trapped there and I'll feel like I can't leave because I know that I should not be in that particular situation or I shouldn't be in this particular. I put myself in a bad place. And now I am upset with myself because I don't know how to get myself out of the bad place I've put myself in. That's a real thing for me. And I realize that some of it has to do with me being like my mental problems, and some of it has to do with like being an alcoholic for so long, and some of it has to do with being an empath. So it's kind of like a clusterfuck shit show, dumpster fire over here when that happens. But what I'm learning to do is I'm starting to take my own advice now. This year, literally this year was the first year that I decided to start taking my own advice, because I said to myself, Ryan, if a guy came to you and sat down and told you about, his experiences or what he was experiencing in his relationship, what would you tell him to do? And I would tell him, dude, you need to end the relationship because that's not going to end well for you. So why don't you take your own motherfucking advice? If somebody came to you and sat down and said, I'm having problems with my godparents, or I'm having problems with this particular religion, or there's something about this that doesn't feel right to me, what would you say? You would say, Ryan, that's not the tradition for you. There's another tradition for you. Go find something else to do. If I just listen to my own advice, I can auto-correct myself. But as long as I can refuse to listen to my internal voice telling me what to do, you're going to continue to make the same mistakes over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Neurospicy. That's a cool word.
Neurospicy. I like that.
Neurospicy. That's what I'm going to call myself. Neurospicy.
Spicy. Yeah.
So I have an unhealthy way of putting myself into patterns that I can't get myself out of. So
that's relatable.
But everybody does, right? Like, that's not special. That's just normal.
It is. I feel like, though, like, I don't know if it's like the routine part of thing, but like I have a really hard time breaking patterns sometimes. And I think it's because it becomes like a little routine-ish. So it takes a lot of conscious effort and willpower to like break out of something once it starts to become like kind of an automatic pattern. The spicy synapses.
Well, I've had to learn just to be more patient with people, because I read in this Buddhist book that the remedy or the medicine for anger is patience. And I actually heard that. I had a spirit say that to me. One night I was doing yoga, and two very important messages came through for me. The first one was that the remedy or the medicine for conquering anger was patience, that you have to be patient. More patience will make you will prevent you from heating up so fast and then blowing off fast. The next thing that came to me was the medicine for resentment is gratitude. And that's 100% true. If you have gratitude and you focus on what you're grateful for, then it makes your resentments minimalized, kind of like takes that tab and like minimalizes it so you don't have to deal with it. The irritation of resentment, because resentment is irritating more than anything else. It can make you really fucking cranky when you're walking around resentful all the time. I mean, the best thing to do is get rid of the resentment altogether. But if you can't like get rid of the resentment altogether, then gratitude will help you get the rest of the way. And I feel like I had a really short fuse, and now I don't anymore. I had a lot of anger issues, but then I worked them out. Thank God.
Yeah, I had a lot of issues with like focusing on the negative instead of the positive. And it's like, oh man, just within the last 2 months, like, I got my ass whipped with a lesson in gratitude. Absolutely divinely whipped with a lesson in gratitude.
Yeah.
It's difficult because I'm learning a lot this year, but at the same time, I'm also confused about a lot of what's going on in my life, like seriously confused.
Yeah. Well, guess what? You don't have to make any decisions right now. Matter of fact, my grandmama used to tell me, if you don't know what to do in any given situation, don't do anything. Worst thing you can do in a situation where you don't know what to do is act and then realize later you could have done a better job. You could have had a better result, you know? So whenever you guys are feeling like you're trapped and you don't know what to do, you literally kind of just need to wait for the universe to give you an answer.
Yeah, because I know that, because I feel like I have a good enough relationships with my guides and my ancestors and whoever I work with, that I'm going to get the correct answer anyway, regardless.
I used to think that, well, it's funny because, you know, back when we were kids, back when I was a J-dub, when I was like, you know, 18, 19 years old, putting on my three-piece black suit and showing up at the Kingdom Hall to go out in service and knock on people's doors and push the good news of the Watchtower organization into people's faces. Like an asshole. I was such an asshole with people. I was like one of those witnesses that was like obstinate. I was like, you know, they tell me to leave and I'd be like, why? Why you want me to leave? Don't you want to talk to me? Like, I was that pushy. I've always been that pushy. Like, since I was a Jehovah's Witness, I was that pushy. Like, I have to fight against extremism. My personality is prone to extremism. And if I don't take a step back and check myself, I'll become an extremist, a religious extremist. Because I've almost done it more than one time. Not even lying to you. So, I never thought back then that I was going to be a motherfucking witch. That was not on my list of things to do. Or be a psychic medium. Not on my list of things to do. Wait. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, that's what a lot of people don't get, is like, a lot of people who are especially like deep down in the spiritual path, like, I can wake up one day and be like, hey, I want to be this way. Like, I got this way because of a domino of like traumatic, unfortunate events that just kind of propelled me onto this path. And then I was just like, well, and now I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I have woke up like, how did I get here? What happened? Like, how far back do I have to go till I figure out how I ended up in this particular place? But like I said, I could blame my parents for a lot of things because they didn't really give me the skills that I needed to be able to be successful in life. You know, it's very important to make sure that your kid gets all the skills that they need to be successful in life. And as far as I'm concerned, my daughter needs to be going to school. She needs to be having healthy relationships with the kids that she comes into contact with and the teachers that she comes into contact with. She needs to study and learn and figure out what she wants to do when she grows up. And whatever she decides to do, I'm going to support her 100%. She wants to be a tattoo artist. I told her she should be a tattoo artist. She does really, really cool art. And she'll like take a pen and she'll draw all over her boyfriend's arm. She'll put like a tattoo on him. I'll be like, you should be a tattoo artist. You're already leaning towards a particular kind of aesthetic. You know, follow your heart. Follow the things that you're interested in. And my parents did not give me stability at all. You know, and my daughter has had stability. She's been in the same state, in the same place for a long time. She's been going to school and she's had solidarity in her life around people that were there in her life. I never got that. And unfortunately, I don't have the ability to offer any better stability. So like, it's not like everything's happening the way it has to happen. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. I'm letting the ancestors and the spirits move everything. So I'm not mad at all. I had to like let go of my resentment about that. But I'm really super proud of my daughter. Man, could you imagine waking up one morning and finding out that this was your dad? Oh my God. I don't know how embarrassing that would be.
I don't think that's embarrassing. I don't think that's embarrassing at all.
I mean, I had to tell her. I was like, look, don't tell anybody who your father is. Don't tell them what my name is. Like, make up a fake name, because if your friends go looking for me online, all they're gonna find is my porn. And she was like, haha, awesome. And I was like, no, that's not awesome.
Your daughter's so cool.
She was like, haha, that's funny. Or she was like, oh, that's awesome. And I was like, yeah, we're on the phone or something. And I was like, no, you don't understand. Like, nobody needs to know who your dad is. Nobody needs to know. Tell him it's somebody else. Like, I have such a bizarre relationship with everyone in my family. And like, that's kind of like typical of like my life.
I don't think that's I don't think that's embarrassing at all. I would have killed to have a parent that was like interested in any fucking thing that I was ever doing, you know?
Yeah, I just need her to have solidarity like I didn't have. It's very important for her to have a solid foundation in being able to interact with other kids. She's had some problems interacting with other kids. Like, but I didn't help that because I told her if anybody touched her hair that she needed to beat the living shit out of them, like not take any shit, you know? It's like, don't let anybody touch your head. Don't let anybody touch your hair. And like, if you catch a charge, I 100% support you on that. Like, that's how I am though as a parent. I'm like, I don't care if my kid, like, you know, made made banana splits, you know. I would still be like, no, she didn't do it. You know, I'm going to support my kid 100%. If my kid decided that they wanted to grow up and do the same kind of work that I did, I would have to give them advice about how to make sure they protect themselves. But would I judge them for making the same choices I have? No. So I spend a lot of time alone, and these are the things that go through my head when I'm sitting at 4 o'clock in the morning, drinking up a cup of coffee and staring at my altar. These are the thoughts that go through my head.
Never throw first punch and you tap his back.
Yeah, but they don't throw the first punch, but you did teach them how to fight back, right? Like what happens after the punch comes. Like you did tell him, make sure the person's unconscious before you walk away. I'm all about kids learning how to defend themselves. I think kids should be able to defend themselves, and I think that it is a disservice to try to fight your kids' battles for them. It's a disservice for letting your kids be so sensitive about the world. It's really not good. You know, emotional discomfort is bad, but it's absolutely necessary if you're going to live in this world. Mm-hmm. Hey Val, what's happening?
Bells, is it okay?
I'm still here.
Huh?
I said I'm still here.
Sorry. Is it okay if I tell you about the dream that I had?
Yeah,
Yes, but can you wait for a second so that I can like take a pee break? I want to hear about the dream, so you guys talk about something else for a minute.
Okay, we'll talk about something else for a minute while Ryan goes potty.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll get you caught up on like what happened. There was a thing, and I dropped it into the void. And then I asked some friends to help you out. So it could have been with some of your friends, but
I was I'm trying to figure out at the moment because I did an abundance spell, and it's really interesting because I've been offered help from someone financially, and it's just something that I need because I need to be able to get somewhere to see someone. Mm-hmm. But it's from someone I expect, at least from who I'd usually be like, no, this isn't such a good idea. So I'm sort of like, is that like, I don't know if it's some kind of test to see if I take it.
The abundance spell? Wait, you were cutting out a little bit. Can you repeat that?
Oh, sorry. So I did an abundance spell, and I've been really needing to see my older sister for a while. I haven't been able to afford it.
Mm.
And about it, my mother got in contact with me, and she was like, oh yeah, in August I can pay for you to come down here and you can come and see us, and then you can go and see your sister. And part of me is like, I'm not sure if that's a good idea, and I don't know if it's a test.
Divinate on it? I mean, what's
Pardon?
like your gut feeling on it?
I don't know. This is what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out what my gut's trying to say about it. It's weird. So I'm like, well, that's what I needed. And usually when I do abundance spells, I'm just asking for what I need.
Mm.
And I've been really needing to see my older sister. So I'm like, is this some type of test?
Okay, I think like the test thing that just may be your, because I do the same thing, like the childhood trauma speaking, right? Where I'm just like, is this for real? Is this a test? Is this okay?
She wants to see me like, is that a good idea?
Like, is me having a good thing okay?
Yeah.
That kind of thought.
Yeah, because I moved up here to get away from my mother. So I'm sort of like been contemplating whether it's a good idea to see her or not. Part of me is like, maybe it's because I should see her.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you have a way to get back, you know?
Yeah, see, this is the thing. If I need to make sure that I have a way of getting back if my mother decides that she's randomly going to go off on a tangent, and I don't know.
Boy, okay, I'm back and ready to hear.
Okay, Lauren's dream.
Okay, so what stood out, obviously I'm not going to talk about the background of this dream again because I've done it and it's just depressing. But what happened is, here we go again, because I was somewhere from my past again. I was in a house that I grew up in, and then I was taking a walk along. It was like almost like cliffs in Cornwall, like there was beautiful wildflowers, and there was the ocean there, and I was like, I can see the ocean and I can hear bees. Not again. We're not having this dream again. And then, but it felt different, so I kept walking, and then there were these beautiful, they were like waterfalls. There was 3 waterfalls. The one on the left and right were really tall. The one on the middle was quite short, and there was archways in between them. And I walked under the waterfall on the right, I think, and I seen there was like this guy walking his dog or something, and he went under the waterfall and he came back out. I don't know what that was about, but that's okay. And then I started walking along this cliff again, and there was this lady there. She had red hair. She was really beautiful and she looked very young. And I was like, oh, like, hello, like, can I take a picture of you? I thought she was very beautiful, and for some reason I had a camera. I was like, okay, I'll take a photo of you. She was like, yeah, sure. But when I'd taken a photo of her, she looked different. And then I was like, what are you doing? Like, can I ask what you're doing? She's like, oh, I'm getting rid of this bee's nest. I was like, okay, and I could, like, I had this feeling in my gut in this dream. I was like, wow, okay. Like, suddenly a lucid dream. I knew that I was dreaming at that point. And then she was like, I'm just getting rid of this bee's nest. It's going to be out the way because I know that it's been, like, upsetting tourists or something. She said something along those lines. And then, yeah, I was, like, watching her, and there was, like, all these beautiful wildflowers. And then there was, like, this ocean. And then I woke up and I was like, the fucking bee's nest is gone. So yeah, that happened.
That's awesome. Hopefully you won't be. Hopefully there will be no more bees coming around.
Hopefully, yeah. And the thing that stood out is that usually at the end of the dream, I end up in the ocean. And then, but this dream was just like walking alongside it.
Interesting.
That's really interesting.
That is super interesting. Oh, it's Seraphima. Hi, Seraphima. Oh, hi. I'm inviting you to come up. You don't have to if you don't want to, or if you don't have time, but it's always good to see your beautiful face.
Anyway, I don't know if I'm shouting there, it's just that I know that I have an issue with my mic.
I had a weird experience today.
Oh, what was your weird experience?
I had deja vu. I had serious deja vu. At 10 a.m. this morning, I went to a meeting, a Zoom meeting. It was like, not like a workshop, but it was like a spiritual gathering. And my priestess was doing like just a first time ever meet and greet. Let's talk about stuff. She was talking about something, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but at some point in time, I went, oh my God, I saw this. I either did this before, or I saw this in a vision, or this was in a dream, that I was sitting right here, and she was saying this exact thing. It was crazy. It was like, you know when you get deja vu, and it's like really spooky? I don't know what that is. Such an interesting phenomenon. Scientists have a mundane kind of like perspective about why that happens, but it's like it's an interesting phenomenon because it's so subjective. Okay, Seraphima, absolutely. We'd love to have you anytime.
I remember also with dreams, like, I remember seeing something that was like, if you can make eye contact with someone in a dream, it's not a dream. Well, it is a dream, but it's like more spiritual. And that, like, I think it was the night or the night after I had heard that, I had a dream where I was making like full on eye contact with somebody, and this is how it was a terrifying dream. It was how I found out I had an attachment that had snuck in, that had been, previously hiding and was there. It was very, very scary. But the thing that tipped me off that it was not just a nightmare, and that it was like an actual in my life, because of the eye contact and seeing people's faces.
Really? Seizures are deja vus that can't balance out. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot of my dreams aren't necessarily just dreams, and I have done for a very long time. I struggle to understand what they mean.
I need you to go out and come back in, Lauren, because I'm hearing that poppy sound stuff going in and out. Oh, really? That's good. Let's try again.
Sorry, I was taking my allergy meds. No one needs to see me snort.
It's okay.
Is it still popping?
Hey, so I got a question for Mr. Civil SRD. I'm assuming that you're a male, but you might be female. I don't even know. What kind of magic do you practice? You practice some kind of chaos magic or some kind of other ceremonial magic, right? Yeah, the popping went away. You're good, Lauren. It's for some reason after you've been on for a while, your phone starts popping and snapping and stuff.
No, whenever I'm on a phone call with someone, I have to put them on speaker else they can hear themselves echoing back. I've just got a really cheap, bad phone.
Seraphima pointed out a good thing. She just reminded SRDs to be careful about connecting spiritual and medical connections with one another. Oh, you're a Morgan person.
Mm.
Not knowing how you get from point A to point B is like not good. Yeah, you could be astrally projecting while you're driving. You need to stay in your body. You're also a male? Cool. I don't know.
That's interesting. Yeah, accidentally astral projecting when driving is like new fear unlocked.
I do that. I'm not going to lie. I get lost in my head when I'm driving. I do enjoy driving a lot. I love driving, actually. Driving gives me the ability to, like what Real MS just said, go on autopilot. And, I like the autopilot mode, though. Maybe it is a trauma response. I don't know. Maybe it's just me fantasizing or having daydreams. It's me daydreaming about things. I always daydream when I drive.
I do too when I drive or when I run.
I found out something interesting the other day.
What?
So in the UK, I'm not allowed to get a driver's license because I have bipolar.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a bit peed off about it because I really want to learn to drive.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. They've signed me up to get a bus pass, to get a free bus pass so I can get around.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
amazing because we'll give anyone a driver's license in the United States, regardless of whether or not they have problems or not, no matter how old they are. And
It's
even
like,
if it's been taken away from them. That's so crazy.
I'm medicated and I'm quite stable, so I don't understand why it's a problem.
Well, you've got a more societal health conscious government than we do. Because I think after a certain point in time, like you got to take someone's driver's license away. Like there has to be a point in time in which you tell someone, you can't drive anymore. You're not competent enough to drive anymore. And we will literally let people drive until they crash their cars. Old people crash their cars in the United States every single day. There's an old person that dies in a car every single day because they should not be driving and nobody loved them enough to tell them that they couldn't drive anymore.
Well, the good thing is if you're not allowed to drive, then your local council gives you a free bus pass, so you can use any buses.
Over 75 people have to take a test every year in Nevada. That's not a bad idea at all. Yeah, that's not right. Did you know that I actually, one of my biggest walk of shames in this lifetime was getting a DWI. I got arrested, went to jail, took away my driver's license, made me go to a 6-month-long driving rehabilitation program, back for several years, had to rely on people when I was living in Virginia to get me from one place to another, use public transportation when I moved to Massachusetts. Like I didn't have a car that happened like 2007, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like I didn't have a car for like 5 years because of having that. And you know what? That's just fine because if you get behind the wheel and you drive drunk, you are really putting everybody at risk. And my best friend got killed by a drunk driver. And I tried to drive up into Canada. I tried to cross the border in upstate New York to go into Montreal. Did you know that if you've had a DUI or any kind of drunk driving charge that you can't enter Canada for 10 years after you get that charge? You cannot enter the country for 10 years after you get that charge. And after that 10 years, you have to get permission from the government to enter. They will literally turn you around after you step off the plane and they check your ID. If they check your ID and see that you have a driving record history that has a drunk driving charge, they will turn you around and send you in the opposite direction. So I wasn't able to go to Canada. Yeah. I was so mad after I got my DUI. Oh, I was so mad, but it was karma. Karma can't wait, let me tell you. I don't know why. Nothing ever good came from me drinking. Seriously. But one of the worst things that came in life was having my driver's license taken away. But it was like the universe clipped my wings, and I'm glad that they did, because things could have got worse. I could have been that drunk driver that killed somebody. But literally what I did, there was like this little road, this little strip very close to my home. And I had been out, I had been drinking, I was trying to get home, I was driving safe, like I wasn't driving safe because I was drunk. Okay, so let's be clear about that. But I was doing the best I could to get home without any accidents. And I got on this strip and I gunned it, and I went vroom vroom, and I like bolted down this really long highway that has nothing on it in a rural area. People fly up and down that interstate all the time. I just felt like I wanted to gun it, for the couple of miles just to like move. And yeah, I got pulled. And, well, it's fallen off my record now. Like I have a clean driving history now, a clean driving record. And like I said, it was like 2007. It was a long time ago. I've been sober since 2016. November 7, 2016. I'm so happy that I don't drink anymore.
That's awesome. That's like, I don't know. There's several people in my immediate friend group who are sober. Yeah, and I know that's for them at least. It tends to be. I mean, we're all pretty young. It's still a struggle for some people, but I think one of our friends just hit his 10-year mark, which is great.
Wow.
That's awesome.
But see, the funny thing about and if you guys don't want to hear about this, you can always tell me to talk about something else. I end up repeating stories because they're just like, little stories that I tell all the time, maybe who hasn't heard them. But I didn't have my massive breakdown when I quit drinking. It was like it was like it took 2 years for the bottom to really fall out on me. So it was like, once you get clean, or once you get sober, or once you stop drinking, there's a period of time there in which literally your brain and your body is trying to recover from the amount of damage that you've caused if you drank as much as I did. I drank a lot. And at the last 6 months of my drinking career, I was deathly afraid, and I was drinking every single day. And at the very last maybe month or month and a half of my career as an alcoholic, when I woke up, I was detoxing and I had to drink immediately. So I had become really physically dependent on alcohol. I don't want to tell you how scary it is to feel dependent on a substance like that. Because it's like one thing to be dependent on like insulin and know that if you don't get your insulin that you're going to have problems with your blood sugar and stuff like that. It's very different when you have an entity like alcohol that has just kind of like shackled you, bound you, chained you, binded you, put you in servitude like a slave, okay, to this drug. Scariest feeling on the face of the planet. Also knowing that I was not going to be able to quit without detoxing, going into facility. And if I wouldn't have gone into a facility, I would have died. But it wasn't the getting sober part, because once I decided that was it, I'm never drinking again. That was it. I haven't had a desire to drink anything ever since. I've even had alcohol around my mouth and I still have zero desire to touch or drink any kind of alcohol at all. I find the smell of alcohol makes me physically ill. In my tradition, sometimes we will take liquor on our lips and we'll blow it on our altars or on the spirits. But the smell of alcohol, especially the smell of vodka and gin, it's disgusting to me. There's other ways to do it without putting the alcohol on your lips or around your mouth. But when I tell you literally, I have absolutely no desire to ever have that substance inside my body ever again. Yeah, it took like 2 years for me to have my meltdown because all of that stuff, all of the trauma and all of the anger and the bitterness and the disappointments and all the sadness and all of the stuff, you drink it down. You just keep drinking it down for years and years and years. It's like you're just stuffing down all of your feelings and stuffing down all of your emotions. I don't know who John is. Oh, I didn't know if you were talking to me or somebody else. You're good. But yeah, alcohol sucks ass. No, you're good. Yeah. Alcoholism is really bad. I admire people that can like have a drink of alcohol, like have a glass of wine or drink half of a glass of wine and walk away. I don't even understand what that's like, that kind of concept. My relationship with alcohol has never been like that. Because the first time I ever drank alcohol, I got drunk. So for me, drinking alcohol is intimately associated with numbing out and being drunk. I don't know how to drink any other way to get drunk. Nor would I ever want to try it.
I very rarely drink because alcoholism runs in my family.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, I didn't realize I was on mute. My meds are kicking in, so I'm gonna hop out of box.
All right.
But I love you both very much.
Love you. Bye.
See you guys later. Bye.
See you later. All right, Lauren, it's just you and me.
Hello.
I'm going to stick around for a little bit longer. Mistress Strange, pinup queen, look, let me tell you something. You need to stop drinking now before you can't stop drinking by yourself. You really need to realize today that you don't have to drink anymore. There's a better way to live. You never have to pick up another drink ever again. It's okay. We can let it go. Alcohol is like a crutch. It will only get you so far. Literally. And I have to say that alcohol probably did save me at points and times in my life when I needed that alcohol to protect me from going off the deep end. Probably did. But alcohol outlasts its welcome or outwears its welcome at a certain point in time, and then it's just not helping you anymore. And I drank for probably about 5 years. At the end of my drinking career, for about 5 years, I was drinking and I knew it was not giving me the effects I wanted to, which was it wasn't fixing my personality and it wasn't fixing my emotional problems. But I continued to drink anyway. You gotta quit.
I have like 2 or 3 drinks on my birthday or something like that because I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but because I have bipolar disorder, like when I drink, I get very manic and I do and say a lot of stupid things.
Okay, so Mistress, no, don't think about failure, okay? Don't think about failure. It's not about failure. It's not about like failure at all. You have to look at drinking as like a goal you're trying to achieve, just like anything else. There's a lot of people that have a lot of goals in life. Somebody might have the desire to make $1 million in a year. Somebody else might have a desire to win a scholarship to go to a college. Somebody else might have the goal of opening their own restaurant. Somebody might have a goal of doing some kind of thing. Your goal is just getting sober and staying sober. But when you get sick enough of yourself, you'll quit. You got to be really sick of yourself and tired of doing the same motherfucking thing every single day expecting a different result, which is the definition of insanity. Oh, absolutely. I would say more than 7. It could take a lot. I tried to quit drinking. So I tried to stop drinking for a decade. I drank for like I had a relationship with alcohol for 30 years. I'm 43 years old. I had a relationship with alcohol for at least 2 decades. Bad. And the last decade, knowing that I needed to quit, the last year being deathly afraid that I was on a road that was not going to bring me back. And by the time I quit, I was so scared to death. Because alcoholism will kill you. And let me tell you something. When I woke up the morning that I came out of that drug-induced coma they put me in to keep me asleep, or keep me from dying, literally, because they had to give me drugs to keep me from dying. When I woke up out of that coma, I felt shame. Oh, I felt so ashamed of myself. I felt shame. I thought to myself, you're laying here in AdCare in Worcester, Massachusetts, in a dry out facility with all of these drug addicts and all of these drunks by yourself. You could have died last night, or you could have died the day before. And then what? Then what would people have said about you? They would have said, whatever happened to that guy, Ryan? And they would have been like, oh yeah, he died. Well, how did he die? Oh, he was an alcoholic, man. He drank himself to death. He had a heart attack and died. Man, I can't think of any more, I can't think of another way to go out that's more shameful than that. I would have been so ashamed in the afterlife because when you drink yourself to death, you're literally telling everybody around you, you hate yourself so much that you are willing to poison yourself a little bit every single day to kill yourself, but you don't got enough balls to pick up a gun and blow your brains out. That's what you're telling everyone when you're an alcoholic. When you're an alcoholic, you're basically a coward. Because you don't want to be alive, but you have to keep living. It's miserable. Do you see what I'm saying? So I always felt like really, really super. I was so ashamed when I woke up and realized that I could have died from the alcohol. And when I realized that that's not the way I wanted to die, then I changed. Yeah. Anytime I hear somebody say to me, yeah, my dad was an alcoholic and he died from alcoholism, I'm always like, man, that could have been you. Hey, thanks for the heart. Hi, how are you, goddess?
I am exhausted. It has been a very busy, long day. But as you're on this topic, something that I have never spoken about on this app is I did have quite a significant issue with addiction myself. I wasn't alcohol. I was really misdiagnosed with, or not misdiagnosed, but my prescriptions weren't handled well by a doctor. So my thing was pain pills. And so strange pinup queen, the one thing that I will say that does relate quite a bit to what Ryan was saying is every time I looked at my pills, every time that I had a pill in my hand, I said, I might as well just slash my arms. I might as well. Every time I take this, I am damaging myself every time. And I might not be able to see it on the outside, but what if I could? What would I look like if I could see what kind of damage this was doing on the outside of my body? And that really kind of shocked me into a perspective. So every time that I thought about it, it was like, okay, if I do this, I might as well slash myself up. And that was a really jarring kind of perspective to take. But it was enough that it scared me enough that I was able to kind of get a better handle on things.
I had an issue with taking opiates for pain, but I couldn't accept I actually had a problem.
Yeah, and I mean that comes from a medical system that just doesn't know enough or have enough options for people. I was diagnosed with cancer when I was 14.
Oh, wow.
And so that in itself was really scary. And at 14, I didn't know how to advocate for myself. I didn't know how to what advocacy in the medical system even looked like. And so really what they were doing is they didn't know what to do because I was so young and I was so small. And so they just kept giving me more prescriptions and more prescriptions and more prescriptions. And some of them were pain pills and some of them were cancer meds. And then the cancer meds would make me sick. So they would give me other pills to counteract the effects of the cancer meds. And it went on and on and on to the point that I think at most there was a time in my life where I had to take almost 25 pills in a day.
That's insane.
And that's insane. I mean, I was maybe 105 pounds soaking wet, taking 25 different kinds of medications a day. And it was just lack of knowledge on the doctor. It was lack of advocacy on my guardian's parts. But I mean, I was living with my grandparents at the time. They really didn't understand what medical advocacy was either. But you know, I don't wonder why I fell into addiction. They basically spoon-fed the addiction to me.
Yeah.
In order to get me there.
Yeah. Well, the first person that handed me a drop of alcohol was my mother. I was like 8 years old, sitting on the side of my mom's bed, and she took a red wine like Merlot and some Sprite and mixed it together and made me a wine cooler. Wine coolers have a certain amount of alcohol percentage in them. Not like Merlot, not like Cabernet Sauvignon mixed with Sprite. And so I drank it and I got drunk. I remember getting drunk when I was a child. And then my mom got mad at me for not being able to hold my liquor.
Oh my Lord.
That's what happened the first time I got drunk. She got mad at me. She threatened to beat me if I didn't straighten up and not and sober up and not act drunk. So I learned immediately as a child that even if I was drunk, I couldn't act drunk. And I was able to live as a functioning alcoholic for a very long time. Okay. Then I was an artist and a dancer and in theater and stuff like that. And people drink a lot in the arts.
Yeah.
And people think it's fine to hand children liquor also. You'll go to an after party and you'll be hanging out. You're like, yo, you know, could I get a glass of wine? And you'll see that there are like people will be handing you glasses of alcoholic beverages to like, you know, sneak and hide.
Well, and depending what kind of like after parties and dance you were doing, I was in ballet for a long time, and the thing with them was like powdered Ritalin or cocaine or anything that would keep you going or whatever, and it was just like it was handed out for free to girls like 13, 14, 15 years old. If you want to, you know, keep your figure, if you want to have the energy to go through the next 6 hours of practice, like, hey, I have this for you. It's like an Advil. Don't even worry about it.
It
was just always available.
Yes, it is. It is. It is supplied. I went to the Kirov Academy of Ballet in Washington D.C. when I was 13 years old, turning 14. Classical ballet. I was trained a classical ballet dancer, and all of those girls that were at the academy were so anorexic, so bulimic, so put there even though they didn't want to be. They either had crazy parents, like especially crazy mothers that were trying to like live their life through their children.
Oh, I remember the dance moms.
Yeah, the dance moms, absolutely horrid. And
They
these
are.
girls would like literally eat cotton balls soaked in vinegar, or they would drink Metamucil, or when it came time to do the end of the year review,
The
they would like
laxatives.
eat rotten fish so that they would vomit and have diarrhea in order to purge themselves before. I couldn't
Yeah, that was a
believe.
big thing at my academy was the laxatives. They would go through
Yes.
like an entire box of laxatives in less than a week. Like I couldn't imagine what that was doing to their insides.
I can't imagine you doing that to yourself when you're young and then being 50 now.
Well, and the scary part with that, yeah, it is the same in Canadian ballet. That's what I was in. I was in Canadian ballet, and it's so crazy because they would do so much damage to themselves, and then they'd be out of dance by 17 because they didn't get into the elites. You know, so from the age of like 12 onwards, 12 to 17, they were doing so much damage to their bodies.
Y'all, it's 3 a.m. and I must be lonely. That was good, right? That was
That was
really
good. That was quick. I like that. That was good.
It's 3 a.m. It is about time for me to go to sleep because I've got spiritual things to do. That means that I need at least a couple of hours worth of sleep to be functional. But it was so great to see you, Seraphima. I wish you would have come up earlier. I wish we could spend more time live with one another because I always
Yeah.
enjoy talking to you.
Well, and also feel free to DM me anytime. You can usually catch me on Instagram and stuff like that. So
I'm going to
feel
DM
free.
you right now, and I'm going to DM you my phone number so that you can actually text me. So you can reach me off this app if you wanted to connect with me, because I don't like being on this app unless I'm going live or I'm posting a
Yeah.
video. I don't have any reason to be on this app if I'm not doing that. No offense
Yeah.
to all my
We don't need
friends,
to
but
doom
I'm not
scroll.
on TikTok for scrolling.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, namaste, everybody. Thank you so much
Yes.
for spending
Have
time
a
with
good
me
night.
tonight.
Good night, everybody.
Have a great rest of the night, all right?